Council meeting for Tuesday, June 18, 2024 is now called to order. Andre, would you please call the roll?
Good afternoon. It is now 5:02 p.m. As a reminder to all in attendance, this meeting is being recorded and live streamed on the county's YouTube page. Calling the roll, Mr. Sweeney. Mr. Sweeney is absent. Mr. Byrne is absent. Mr. Gallagher?
Here.
Mr. Schran?
Here.
Ms. Conwell?
Present.
Ms. Turner? Ms. Turner is just away from her desk. Ms. Stevens?
Present.
Ms. Simon?
Here.
Mr. Kelly?
Here.
Mr. Miller?
Present.
Council President Jones?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. This time, let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we begin our public comment period, I'd like to remind everyone that we welcome your input and respect your right to voice your opinion on the issues that matter to you. However, this council has a right and a responsibility to maintain and enforce content-neutral rules of decorum. The council's rules of decorum have been posted on the doors of council chambers, and copies of these rules are also available in the back. We expect speakers and members of the audience to abide by these rules. Individuals who flagrantly or repeatedly violate the rules of decorum will be removed from the council chambers for the remainder of the meeting and may be barred from attending future council meetings. We have a lot of people who have signed up for public comment, so we will be strictly adhering to the 3-minute time limit. When you hear the bell, please conclude your comments. Everyone who signed up will have their opportunity to speak. Finally, at the request of the Sheriff's Department, we ask that attendees please take a seat during the meeting and not loiter in the aisles or at the back of the chamber. If all seats are occupied, overflow attendees can watch the meeting via the monitor directly outside of the chambers. At this time, we will begin our public comment.
Maurice Rhodes.
President, excuse our members. Okay.
Well, good evening, Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, to the Biden administration, the Longfellow Senior Apartments at East 140th Street, Cleveland, Ohio, 44110, has no wheelchair ramps, thus violating the law. I want this issue addressed. The Cleveland HUD field office, I want put under review. Who in the Democratic Party represents the people of Old Cedar Estates? When will there be a harvest for them? I want 50 additional CMHA police. I want 500 additional Cleveland police. I want a 15% increase in CMHA's yearly operating budget. I want the former juvenile justice center demolished. I want CMHA Old Cedar Estates to be demolished, and I want a new Cedar Estates built. I want U.S. Senator Brown, 11th Congressional District Congresswoman Brown, Cleveland Mayor, finally Cuyahoga County executive, to request and secure a $2 billion from the Biden administration and the Secretary of HUD's $30.4 billion two-year discretionary fund budget in order to build and moderate to build moderate and low-income housing in Cuyahoga County. I want this Democratic Party to represent the people of Cuyahoga County. I want it to do its job. You can't have people in wheelchairs in apartment buildings that don't have wheelchair ramps. You're putting their lives in danger. I need this issue addressed. You know, this is a republic, a constitutional republic. We have rights. This is not a democracy where the majority rules. This is a constitutional republic. I ask that you represent the people. Thank you.
Carlos Mickler.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
I've been advocating for an...
Mr. Mickler, if you could state your name
I'm
for the
sorry.
record, please.
Yes, Carlos Mickler. I've been advocating for employer contribution rate increase for the Ohio Public Employees Retirement System since 2022. And I submitted research to OPERS at a local union hall in 2022. I spoke at the Ohio Public Employees Retirement System Board in 2023, and I was successful in having that the board voted to seek out action to ask the legislators to increase the employer contribution rate for Ohio public employees. Since then, the board asked their higher level management staff to take action and lobby public employers. So I stand in front of you today to ask you guys to consider to be amendable to increasing the employer contribution rate. It was statutorily capped off at 14%. And out of all 5 public employee retirement systems, it's the longest stagnant rate. So I just would like you guys to consider that, and that's all I have to say, and thank you.
Mark Ashed.
Thank you. My name is Mark Ashed. I'm a resident of Cuyahoga County, raising my family here with ties to Cleveland going back to the 1950s. Part of a nonprofit organization that has been dedicated to improving the lives of not just the Jewish community, but all Clevelanders for 120 years. And I'm a Zionist. I'm sure many of you are, if not all, which is belief that the state of Israel has a right to exist. Nothing more, nothing less. Don't let anybody lead you to believe otherwise. Our county is a great place to raise a family because of the work of this council and other leadership. The investment committee in particular has done a great job through both stable and unstable times to ensure that we thrive here, and its sound judgment should be applauded. That sound judgment is what led us to our investment in Israel bonds, the one foreign investment held by the county. These bonds have provided a consistent, stable return for years and enabled dollars to be reinvested in our community. The investment dollars do not take away from the budgets of local projects or departments, but the returns do enhance the ability of our county government to provide crucial services for our residents. The motivation to prohibit these investments or any foreign investments is not based on a fiduciary responsibility to taxpayers, but rather a politically motivated, targeted attack on the one Jewish state. I thank the council for withdrawing its previous resolution and appreciate all of the willingness to engage in dialogue. The previous resolution made it crystal clear what the intent of divestment from foreign states is. There's one state singled out, one assigned blame, and one ostracized. Any attempt to prohibit future foreign investments is the same policy under a different name. I have empathy for the innocent civilians who have lost their lives or their livelihoods in the current war between Hamas and Israel that started on October 7th. I share a desire with most others in this room for the war to end and Israeli hostages to return home. The yellow ribbon that you see many of us wearing tonight is to keep those hostages front and center in our hearts and in our minds. Resolutions similar to the one withdrawn have a much greater impact here than in the Middle East. They do not alleviate suffering. They do not build bridges. They do not make peace any more attainable. What it does do is divide our communities in our county and ultimately hurts the taxpayers by taking away a sound investment that improves the lives of our neighbors and our neighborhoods. My ask of council is this: do not disregard one community's humanity in an attempt to recognize the humanity in another. Do not pursue policies that ultimately attack the state of Israel and hold one of our country's closest allies, the only democratic country in the entire Middle East, to an impossible standard. Thank you.
Mira Weiss.
Thank you, council members, for everything that you do for our community. My name is Mira Weiss, and I'm a longtime resident of Cleveland Heights. I grew up here. I got married here, went to college and graduate school, raised my family here. Grew up around the corner from my grandparents who lived in Cleveland Heights. And my husband volunteered for a task force in Cleveland Heights to help the community in Cleveland Heights. And I have never been as scared to be a Jew living in this city and this country as I am now. And I have never been as saddened and disappointed with what is happening, both locally and around the country, and now within our governing bodies. My former Cleveland Heights council member introduced this resolution to cease investment in Israeli bonds, which is anti-Semitic any way you look at it. And it really saddens me. And I think that many people have said that the reason they don't want this is apparent genocide. But those facts don't exist. There is no genocide. If you look at the numbers, the UN has identified about 1% of the population that has been killed on the Gazan side in this war. And that is horribly sad. Some of those are terrorists, but definitely for the citizens who've been put in harm's way by the terrorists themselves as human shields in schools and hospitals, it's horrific. And we all would not like to see that happen. After 9/11, the United States had gone into Afghanistan, and by the numbers, they killed about 3% of the population. And we're not calling that genocide either. They did what they had to because our country was under attack, which happened to Israel as well. And, if you want to look at that, contrast those cases with what happened during the Holocaust, 6 out of 9.5 million Jews in Europe were killed, 63% of the population. 63% compared to 1% and 3% is significant, and that is called genocide. We are not even 100 years post-Holocaust, and the Jewish people are now again targets of virulent anti-Semitism and outright lies and hate. The Nazis spent years before they actually went and killed people at councils such as these, trying to push agendas against the Jewish people and only the Jewish people. And sadly, it is happening again. Kids on college campuses are afraid to go to school. Protests are happening with calls to death of Jews. We're afraid to live here. My friends and I wonder if this is what it felt like to be a Jew in Europe, in Germany, in Hungary prior to the war. We're not sure if we have a place here anymore, especially in a city like Cleveland Heights. We've always grown up with great, feeling towards our neighbors and helped out wherever we could. I can go into all the details.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Your time is ended.
Okay. I hope the council makes the right decision. Thank you.
Thomas Lakshan.
My name is Thomas Lakshan. I live in Cuyahoga County and work in Cuyahoga County. I'm the executive director of Israel Bonds for Ohio and Kentucky, which means I'm the manager of the Ohio and Kentucky region for our corporation, which is a broker-dealer, and I'm registered to sell securities in the state of Ohio and others. I'd like to, first thing is I think some of the speakers at the last meeting were confused about what is spending and what is investment. Spending is when you pay for goods and services and you never see the money again. Investment is when you take your principal, lend it, earn interest, and hopefully get return of your principal back when the term is over. And Israel Bonds is a great investment. I'd like to thank all the supporters of Cuyahoga County's ability to invest in Israel Bonds. I'd like to keep it open for the county to have that decision power to invest in Israel bonds if they choose. The Ohio Revised Code was amended in 1993 to allow the Ohio Treasurer to invest in foreign bonds. Every treasurer since 1993 has purchased Israel bonds. The Ohio Treasurer bought $100 million last year and holds $262.5 million in Israel bonds. In 2005, the Ohio Revised Code was amended to allow counties to invest in foreign bonds. Cuyahoga County Treasurer Jim Rackauckus made the first county investment in 2006, and Cuyahoga County has been purchasing Israel bonds for 17 years. There are 15 Ohio counties that hold Israel bonds. Numerous states invest in Israel bonds, including New York, Ohio, Florida, Nevada, Mississippi, Texas, Oklahoma, Illinois, and more. In 2016, the Ohio Revised Code was again amended to allow the counties to go from 1% to 2% of their portfolio in foreign bonds. The same bill included provisions to make it illegal to boycott, divest, or sanction the State of Israel. In a typical year, Israel Bond sells about $1 billion of bonds in the United States, but since the war started with Hamas October 7th, we've sold more than $3 billion and $1.7 billion coming from institutions. That's because, although Israel bonds are not specifically rated, the foreign currency debt of Israel is rated investment grade. Israel bonds provide strong returns. Israel bonds diversify the portfolio. And Israel has a 72-year track record of dependability, never missed a payment of principal or interest on its debt.
Susan Bonzen.
My name is Susan Borison. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, and especially thank you for withdrawing the resolution to divest from Israel bonds. Your decision to invest was and remains a great financial decision for the county and a great commitment to fighting hate and anti-Semitism. 37 years ago, my husband and I moved to University Heights, Dan for his surgical residency at University Hospitals, and me for law school at Case. I knew very little about Ohio or Cleveland other than disparaging jokes in movies. From day one, I was overwhelmed by Clevelanders' warmth and friendliness. We moved here from New York City, a place where your first lesson is to avoid eye contact. In Cleveland, strangers talk to me, saying good morning on a walk, engaging in conversation in the produce section of Heinen's. In Cuyahoga County, I felt welcome. I felt a sense of belonging. I was home. On October 23rd, I attended a Cleveland City Council meeting. For weeks prior, anti-Israel protesters had been showing up to council meetings demanding that Cleveland impose a ceasefire on Israel. The demands seemed baseless. I wasn't clear how City Council could vote for a ceasefire. But my voice needed to be heard. If a ceasefire was being discussed, Council needed to be reminded of Hamas's barbarity and inhumanity on October 7th against innocent Israeli, foreign, and American citizens, civilians. My experience at the City Council meeting went beyond my fears about the safety for my Israeli family. Suddenly, I felt personally unsafe in Cleveland, Ohio. I felt vulnerable, small, unprotected. While waiting to go through security, someone stood in front of me and took my picture. For the first time in my life, I felt a panicked and overwhelming sense of fear, and it tasted just like anti-Semitism. In Cleveland, Ohio, I didn't know what alternative universe I had entered. I came home and lay awake all night, shaking, crying, and wondering whether this wonderful slice of Ohio, Cuyahoga County, a place I call home, a place I love, a place that has protected my family for 37 years, would still advocate and fight for my safety. Fast forward to today. After months of explosive anti-Semitism, deafening protests, hateful speech, and both subtle and overt threats, I found the timing of the county's divestment proposal particularly unnerving. Until the divestment resolution, I believed that my elected officials saw the protests for what they were, Jew hate. When the divestment resolution was proposed at this moment, I worried, is County Council still there to protect all its residents, including my family and the Jewish community? I am so grateful to Cheryl Stevens and Patrick Kelly for refocusing on the priorities of this moment. Thank you for recognizing that all people within your county should be afforded safety and security. Thank you for realizing that now is the time to stand strong with our allies.
Thank you.
Michelle Weiss.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Weiss. I am the Vice Mayor of University Heights, and I've been on City Council for the last 9 years. I've been a resident of Cuyahoga County my entire life. I am proud that University Heights is one of the most diverse suburbs on the east side. I want to thank Councilpersons Miller and Sweeney for their response to my email regarding the bond divestment, and the other councilpersons and county executive for not considering the legislation. I need to give some personal background before I discuss the issue at hand. I feel safer in Israel than in America right now. The United States was a refuge for people to flee persecution, not to feel persecuted. I love this country, and I am a servant leader for this city in more than one capacity. I have personally traveled to Israel twice since 10/7. I have a daughter and her family that live there. I was there in November during a siren and during a terrorist attack a block away from where she lives. Yet I still feel safer there because everyone who lives there wants to be there and cares for one another. The second time was because my cousin was killed fighting in Gaza, and I went to pay my respects to my cousin. Their family moved to Israel from Cleveland and raised their young family there. They made the ultimate sacrifice for all of the Jewish community's protection. Don't fool yourselves. These terrorists are not going to stop with Israel if they are not defeated. In America and Europe are next. Don't listen to the U.S. media. Israel is united. They do not want to be at war. They were attacked and are defending themselves so they can live in peace. Do you know rockets are still being shot every day in the north? Do you know how many terror attacks are thwarted daily in Israel? Have any of you watched Screams Before Silence or the 10/7 documentary? This legislation that you have thankfully suspended and hopefully will never consider again is an attempt to cover anti-Jewish and anti-Israel sentiment. If you have ever seen those documentaries, you would never even be considering this legislation. All that resolution would have done is to have divided the county residents further. Besides the fact that Israel Bonds is amongst the strongest performing investments in the county's portfolio. Councilwoman Stevens, we go back a long time, not just as colleagues, but having a personal friend in common as well. To all of the council, please do not bring this back on the table. Thank you.
Susan Ephraimson.
Susan Ephraimson. I've lived all of my adult life in Cuyahoga County, and when I first heard about the proposal for divestment, I thought, no problem, I'll call Cheryl. She's our friend and our representative, and I'll get this stopped. This was a friend I shared cocoa with, talking about taxes and issues. I've been very active in Cleveland Heights. I'm on the Citizens Advisory Commission. We talked about the elected mayor issue together, and I think Cheryl even used the word vindicated. There were fundraisers, there were meet and greets and signature collections we did together. So I really felt sucker punched when I heard that Cheryl proposed this. I had bile rose in my mouth, and it was the taste of betrayal. All of Cleveland Heights Orthodox community is shocked and betrayed. And it's obvious that these divestment actions at this time, with this being the discussion, will embolden terrorists, which threatens Jews everywhere and here. We feel unsafe, and that's been covered, after this hate that's been unleashed. But even if we take at face value the desire for dialogue and ethical concerns, it's provided a platform for those who hate us to air their dangerous beliefs. But by now, hopefully everyone realizes that the word war and genocide cannot simply be interchanged, and it's a lie every time you hear that. And although Palestinians have sadly suffered, it's the result of Hamas, who seek to destroy Israel, our ally. Palestinians have greeted have greeted multiple Land for Peace offers by launching missiles and bombs and tunneling under communities, slaying toddlers in their bed. People in Gaza celebrate the brutality of October 7th, justifying the rapes and the baby burnings and the slaughter. And since when is it an ethical move to support that? And they promise to do it again. Most boldly is the idea that our county would suffer by making a bad investment. This disinvestment only affects Israel and is called for internationally by those who seek our allies' destruction. As our elected officials, you're tasked with listening to all and listening well. So I'm hopeful that you recognize debate tactics like diversion, conflating of concepts, loud voices, and the snapping that we saw 2 weeks ago, and know that repeating the lie often enough, repeating the lie doesn't make it true, no matter how passionate. Terrorists shout death to the Jews, death to U.S., and death to Israel. Is that our values? So now that you've seen our pain and the pain of this proposal has caused, I am thankful that you've pulled it back officially, and I hope that we never hear more about divestment. Thank you.
Catherine Catino.
I'm Catherine Catino. Thank you for allowing me the chance to speak and for the recent withdrawal of Resolution R2024-0208, which was intended to cease investing in foreign securities. This proposal, cloaked in language opposing any foreign investment, is a thinly veiled attempt to mask the anti-Jewish and anti-Israel sentiment at its core. Let us be clear. This is a BDS resolution in disguise, aimed at punishing an ally of the United States and a nation that has provided substantial financial benefits to our community. Our $16 million investment in Israel is one of the strongest performers in our county's portfolio, yielding six-figure returns annually. According to a statement made by former county executive Armin Budish, published on May 30th, 2019, quote, "Our return on Israel bonds has been outstanding," said Budish. "Maintaining our holdings in Israel bonds is one of the best ways to strengthen Cuyahoga County's financial outlook for the long term," end quote. This investment represents real benefits for the residents of Cuyahoga County. For example, the Black and Latinx Community Reinvestment Fund Home Repair Program, the City of Cleveland's Home Repair Grant Program, and the Next Gen Ohio Medicaid Managed Care Plans. Reinvestment programs such as these collectively aim to improve housing stability, economic opportunities, and health outcomes for the Black and Latinx community in Cleveland, addressing long-standing disparities and promoting equity. When putting together resolutions, we should be asking ourselves, will this resolution support or hinder our ability to help our residents financially? What purpose does this resolution ultimately serve? Are we allowing divisive politics to dictate decisions that should be based on the best interests of our community? This resolution will do nothing to change the dynamics of the Middle East. It will not bring peace or justice. Instead, it will take away opportunity to bring money into the community that can be utilized for reinvestment programs and will ultimately deepen divisions within our own community. Thank you for withdrawing the resolution. We should prioritize financial stability, growth, and the well-being of our residents. This proposal fails on all counts. It undermines a profitable investment, ignores the positive impact on our community, and sows discord among our neighbors. Let us continue to invest wisely, support our community, and stand against divisive politics that do not serve the best interests of Cuyahoga County. Thank you.
Donna Meister Simmons.
Last time when I was here, I spoke off cuff, but
You would state your name again.
I will. But this time I had to write it down because in the middle of talking, I got choked up, and I'm hoping that writing it down keeps me from bursting into tears. My name is Donna Meister-Simons. I've lived in Cuyahoga County since 1981 when I moved to Cleveland from Indianapolis. My husband, Roby, his parents were Holocaust survivors. Roby's father served as a Ritchie boy in World War II. To stay connected with family and friends, we have traveled all over the world, living in Israel 3 times and in South Africa. I can say that that experience of travel and having family and friends all over the world allowed me to connect and hear their stories and understand how they feel about things. And let me tell you, TikTok is not honest truth. What we see in social media doesn't reflect reality. What we see on the news often doesn't reflect how other people feel. So I understand that you have rescinded the proposed resolution, but are still asking for divestment. And since you know boycotting Israel is against the law in Ohio, why risk years of lawsuits and millions of dollars in legal fees? Your job, as I see it, and when I vote, is to create a fund and fund programs in Cuyahoga County for its residents. Spending money on anything else or moving down a path of lawsuits is fiscally irresponsible. And it's not clear that the entire Cuyahoga County residents support this proposal. This war against several terrorist organizations is supported by the United States government. Do you know there are Americans held hostage in Gaza? People from 24 countries were taken hostage, 24 democratic countries. Americans were killed on October 7th. Americans serve in the IDF. There are Americans who have died outside of that from the U.S. Army in the fight against jihad. During the Vietnam War, I wore a POW MIA bracelet, and I took that very seriously. I wear a necklace and a pin to remember that we still have hostages to bring back, including Americans.
Thank you.
Are you not concerned about
Thank
your
you,
fellow
Ms.
Americans?
Thank you, Ms. Donna. Your time is up.
Sean Abbott Klefter.
My name is Sean Abbott Klafter. Anti-Semitism has a long history. Many of us are here today because our family members fled anti-Semitism in Europe. Upon arriving in the United States, Jewish immigrants were subjected to racial prejudice and exclusion. In 2018, a white nationalist perpetrated the most horrific anti-Semitic attack in recent U.S. history at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. This is the anti-Semitism of white supremacists and neo-Nazis that threatens the safety of Jewish people in America. Last council meeting, we heard a lot about how those of us who are demanding the county and its investments in it, those of us who are demanding the county end its investments in Israel bonds are anti-Semitic. Since I imagine some of you on the council are new to this debate, let me explain to you how the discourse of anti-Semitism operates in this context. Whenever somebody offers a criticism of the Zionist movement or the state of Israel, they are immediately labeled as an anti-Semite. That's it. There is very rarely any deep historical or political analysis given to justify this charge. This is a deceptive and dangerous position. Deceptive because it aims to shut down good faith debate on the historical and present day actions of Zionists and the state of Israel. Dangerous because it identifies critics of Israel as the threat to American Jews rather than violently anti-Semitic white nationalists. I urge the council to think critically about how this rhetoric of anti-Semitism is being used by my brothers and sisters who want our county to continue funding the slaughter of Palestinians in Gaza. It is being used to specifically evade any discussion of reality, the reality of the Zionist movement, the reality of the founding of the State of Israel and the Nakba, the reality of so many decades of occupation and apartheid, and the reality of this staggeringly cruel war on Gaza and its people that we are witnessing day after day. And why do my Zionist brothers and sisters want so much to avoid any substantive discussion of the historical record? Because the history of the State of Israel is actually very simple. The Zionist movement, which originated in Europe in the late 1800s, wanted to establish a Jewish homeland in Palestine. They faced one very obvious problem. Palestinian Arabs were about 95% of the population. Thus, the Zionist project had to be, at its core, a colonial project. A project like every settler colonial project before it that would require the control and displacement of the indigenous population. In the case of Israel, the rhetorical defense for the standard colonial behaviors of racist dehumanization of the native population, theft of land, military occupation, and brutal war has always been anti-Semitism. I am here to say, not in our name. My Jewish grandfather was not a Zionist because he understood the unresolvable contradictions of fleeing oppression in Europe by oppressing Palestinians. It is truly profane.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Justin Evaristo.
Hello, council members. As you probably know by now, I'm Justin Evaristo, member of Cleveland DSA, CPAC, and longtime resident of Cuyahoga. So I'm here, once again, to demand that this county stop funding the brutalization of civilians. I'm sorry, Tommy, to invest in the savage murder of men, women, and children, to stop funding the oppression of the Palestinian people. We must wash our hands of this campaign of ethnic cleansing. We must divest from Israel. Now, last meeting, this council took a step in the right direction, albeit a very small one, when it finally read a resolution to ask the county treasurer to comply with the community's demands. Then, in a spectacular display of weakness, you withdrew it. It's a wonder how you could walk into this chamber and sit so tall in your chairs without a spine. While you were a cower from your responsibilities to this county, the violence in Gaza continues. Violence that we are sponsoring with our taxes. $16 million would go a long way in improving our public transportation, our education, fixing homelessness. But instead, it seems you prefer to use this money to murder children overseas. You know, I had sincerely hoped that my comrade who had called you guys glorified money movers would be proven wrong, that you would still have even just a shred of empathy for the suffering of others, that maybe you would be moved by the devastation in Gaza to do literally the bare minimum in passing this resolution. But it seems he was right. This council is just a bunch of scared accountants masquerading as elected leaders. It's pathetic. Now for the county executive who apparently, hello, who's been content to simply remain quiet in all of this. How dare you sit there in silence, knowing full well that you had the power to meet our demands at any time? How dare you hide behind this council and the obscure details of county investment process while we were pouring our hearts out, trying to end the bloodshed? If there was any question as to your stance on genocide before, I think your inaction after nearly 2 months of public comment has made it clear now. It's disgusting, and I hope that you are haunted by the faces of the martyred mothers, fathers, and children for the rest of your life. One can only imagine what drives you to this inaction. Tell me, are you Chris the coward, too frightened to take a stand for justice like the rest of the council? Or are you Chris the compliant, eager to earn another all-expense-paid trip to a colonized land? Or maybe you're Chris the cold-hearted, equally apathetic like the rest of the Zionists in this room and in this county to the deaths of tens of thousands, as long as you can scrape even a fraction of a % of profit from their corpses. Whatever the case may be on your intentions, your innermost thoughts, to this community, you will remain Chris the compliant until you divest. Free Palestine.
Wendy Bilgan. Wendy Bilgan.
Hello, my name is Wendy Bilgen, and I am a Jewish resident of Cleveland Heights. I grew up in Shaker Heights and then lived in one of the other democratic countries in the Middle East, Turkey. So Israel is not the only democratic country in that region. Tonight you've heard, though, from a lot of different Jewish viewpoints, and I'm offering another one, my Jewish viewpoint. I'm speaking tonight to offer support for a resolution, an amendment, an ordinance, whatever it might take to end our county's financial entanglement with the war, the attacks on Palestinians, with what's going on in Israel-Palestine. I also speak to oppose the charge that divestment from Israel is anti-Semitic and that opposition to Zionism is anti-Jewish. While many Jews might maintain their Jewish identity through an emotional and financial connection to Zionism and to Israel, I'm not one of those Jews, and many are not. I have no material connection to the ancient land of Palestine, nor do my ancestors, who are, as far as I can trace back, who left their homes in Eastern Europe, escaping anti-Semitic persecution, and landed in Toronto, Chicago, and later my parents moved to Cleveland, where I grew up. I learned as a child in Cleveland that my Jewishness existed outside of a geographical place or any organized religious institution, which my dad actually abhorred in spite of him being the son of a rabbi. Instead, my Jewishness was rooted in ideas, celebrations, traditions, and interfaith commitment to justice, not just on behalf of other Jewish people, but for everyone. It sounds a bit naive when I say it now, that I still locate my Jewishness in that large, encompassing frame of commitment to justice for everybody. So tonight I speak in unity with Jewish and non-Jewish residents of Cuyahoga County, particularly now as Palestinians are being bombarded, indiscriminately killed, and the death is rising. You had a resolution introduced by Councilmember Stevens and Kelly that would move this county away from being financially entangled in a foreign war. It was bold and good. Thank you both for that. Then hours after public comment, that resolution was withdrawn. Sometimes I feel like I support the withdrawal, but only so an even stronger and clearer action can be created. Maybe there's language missing, but here's some more language. Maybe you could add a resolution that says we are now aware and grieved that our financial entanglement in the escapades of a foreign state, namely Israel, but other foreign states too.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you for listening.
Luca Wagner.
Hi, I'm Luca Wagner. Nice to see how many fascists turned out this week. Talking investments instead of human life yet again while continuing to deny genocide. But today I want to single out a single member of the IAC, a man who has been an opponent of the resolution since the beginning, and make it abundantly clear to the rest of the council the ulterior motives behind his position. I'm singling you out, Chris Ronayne. On May 4th this year, you posted on Twitter about the Kent State Massacre. You wrote, "Never forgotten." Yet you've remained silent about the brutal police repression at the college encampments everywhere, including in Ohio. Last year, you chose to take your oath of office at the Irish Famine Memorial, a memorial honoring the Irish martyrs of Britain's genocidal famine. However, again, you've remained silent on the intentionally engineered genocidal famine that the Zionist state has been inflicting upon Palestinians in Gaza. When the conflict between Ukraine and Russia began, you instantly took a side. You didn't just speak out. You showed solidarity with the Ukrainian communities of Ohio. You showed up at rallies. You were at the Ukrainian Parma parade. You constantly spoke up. Yet when it comes to the massive Palestinian community of Cuyahoga County, you couldn't even be bothered to agree to meet with a single Palestinian community organizer. And yes, there have been requests made. To this day, there's still a printed sign.
Keep your comments directed this way.
Okay. To this day, there's a printed sign at the reception desk of your office saying, "We stand with Ukraine." But you openly ignore the pleas of your own Palestinian constituents. And I keep saying chose silence, but it's honestly far too kind of a characterization. You have chosen to willingly partake in this genocide yourself, knowing full well the horrors your actions have repeatedly visited upon Palestinians in Gaza. We all know the answer why, but I'll refrain from openly stating the obvious. I'll be charitable and frame it as a question. Chris Ronayne, do you only care about victims when they're white? I think it's clear why Ronayne's opinion on the resolution has been irrelevant from the beginning. His hypocrisy alone disqualifies him, as does his 2017 Israel trip. It's clear that his opposition here is not rooted in any ethical or moral core. His position has everything to do with his donors. He is choosing cash over Palestinian lives. He is choosing his own comfort over the needs of his constituents. And he is choosing genocide for the sake of personal gain. That is Chris Ronayne. Thank you.
Nathan Gerlago. Nathan Gerlago.
Hello, Cuyahoga County Council. My name is Nathan Jerkago. I'm a resident of District 1 and a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I'm back here to make another comment because of the withdrawal of Resolution 2024-0208, which called for the divestment of the county from foreign governments. From what I witnessed at last council meeting during public comment, there was an outpouring of support from the community who spoke from a place of love and in favor of this resolution. I'd have to assume then that the withdrawal of this resolution means that County Council and Executive Chris Ronayne have taken the side of those who opposed this resolution or have admitted their powerlessness to carry out the will of the people. In the former case, I could safely make the connection that the moneyed interests that play a part in the opposition of this resolution are aligned with those of you who sit before us today. In the latter case, I could safely say that the council's powerlessness is by design, and the community cannot so simply and democratically change the flow of monetary support from being directed out of our county. Before I go on, I'd like to state that the argument that these foreign investments would benefit our county in the long run are moot, because that money is funding what can easily be defined as a genocide of Palestinians, and no member of our community with a conscience wants to gamble that money away for the prospect of it being returned as blood money. Now, I'd like to turn our attention to County Executive Chris Ronayne, who stated in his campaign for his current position that he is ready to listen and lead with transparency. Chris, why then did you invest $3 million of our county's funds in Israeli bonds in April of this year, months after it had become clear that a genocide was being carried out by Israel? If you are truly transparent, you will post a statement fully and truthfully explaining the reasons why you may have done this. Is it because that you are afraid of Attorney General Dave Yost, who, beyond his power and authority, told you to withdraw this resolution? What benefit does it serve Cuyahoga County, or even yourself, to obey Yost when you have the ability to prohibit investment in a country who is inarguably committing crimes against humanity by bombing hospitals, schools, and ignoring ceasefire proposals, etc.? Lastly, Ronayne, you claim to be a proponent of environmentalism. Yet the Israeli assault and occupation of Palestine is one of the largest polluters on the planet, and you just sent them $3 million.
Mark Freeman.
Good evening. Thank you for holding this meeting and allowing everybody to speak. My name is Mark Freeman. I'm a 50-year-plus resident of Cuyahoga County. I wasn't really planning to speak tonight, but I do want to stand here and at least by my presence show that I am greatly relieved by the withdrawal of the proposed resolution. It reminded me of Germany in the early 1930s. You know, the war and the Holocaust did not happen all at once. It took about 8 years or 9 years for Germany to prepare the culture of its citizens to wind up with the attempted elimination of the Jewish people. And when I saw this resolution and the resolution in front of the Cleveland City Council, it began to remind me of just how things change, bit by bit, step by step, until ultimately we wind up with a Holocaust. The attack on Israel on October 7th was the worst genocidal attack against the Jews since World War II. The genocide that occurred by the brutal massacre committed by Hamas and the joyous celebration of the people in Gaza over that attack. This bit about Israel bonds is not substantively connected to any of that, really. It is a small amount of money. It's not being used to fund anything. It's a good investment, but it is a significant indication of the change in culture and the attitude towards the Jewish people, one which we all, as you have heard from my Jewish colleagues, find not only greatly troubling and concerning, but terrifying, actually. So I am relieved that you have withdrawn this resolution. I pray that nothing like that is ever going to be introduced again, or any other similar effort to focus on Israel or the Jewish people in a negative way. Thank you.
Barbara Samagi.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity, and most importantly, thank you for withdrawing your resolution. My name is Barbara Samoji. I've been a resident of Cuyahoga County all but 8 years of my life. I stand here before you as a proud Jew, as a proud Zionist. I'm the daughter-in-law of 2 Holocaust survivors. My husband was born after the war and was raised in Hungary for the first 10 years of his life, until the anti-Semitism became so strong that the family decided it was time they had to escape, and they came to the United States. So my family history has formed a lot of my thinking and my actions over the years. We're very sensitive to anti-Semitism, more so than some of my friends, but the people who spoke on the side of Israel tonight have been outstanding. The people who have spoke against, I have a counterpoint to everything that was said, but in 3 minutes, I can't possibly address it. But I just want to tell you something. A lot of people feel that Israel exists because of the Holocaust, but that's wrong. The Holocaust happened because Israel did not exist. And I want to say to you that I am a proud investor in Israel bonds. It's a big part of my portfolio. And I also serve as a lay leader. I'm the national chairman of Israel Bonds Women's Division. So I work hard for free. I'm not funded by any organization. I'm here freely to tell you that, to remind you why you invest in Israel bonds. The $16 million you have invested brings you great return on your money. And more important than that, you're standing in support of a country that is moral, that does not commit genocide, does not live with apartheid. But take a look. I know you did your due diligence before you invested. That's what my husband and I did. We wouldn't invest in something that would have risked the financial security for our children and grandchildren. And I know you did your due diligence. But look even deeper. Look what Israel has done for the world, the inventions, the improvements. Israel is a very resilient nation. We have been attacked many times, and we always come out of these situations stronger and better because we have had to develop new techniques, new inventions, the Iron Dome, GPS. If you use GPS, that was invented for the Israeli military because they needed that kind of technology. So they invented it. And they are constantly inventing and improving and sharing with the whole world. I guarantee you there's a dozen things that people are using in this room tonight that came from Israel. Thank you.
Marianne Asser. Mary Ann Asser.
Hello and good evening, council members and County Executive Chris Ronayne. I'm Miriam Assar, and I'm here again tonight to implore each and every single one of you to do something about this county's current position on investing in foreign countries. an intuitive and common basic understanding of local self-governance that county dollars taxed from residents who live here are invested locally, or in the least, domestically, to support the flourishing of our own residents and economy has not been this body's understanding. Rather, this body, under previous leadership and now that of complicit Chris, has decided to regularly invest in the Israeli bonds despite the many red flags, without any meaningful input from those you serve and behind closed doors. Shamefully, despite your full knowledge that the settler colonial entity will use this money to terrorize and murder Palestinian civilians and decimate Gaza, you, complicit Chris, decided to reinvest $3 million just 2 months ago to continue funding this horrific genocide and ethnic cleansing of other human beings. I say human beings because you and some others in this room do not appear to comprehend the fact that Palestinians, including the 14,000 children slaughtered, are human beings worthy of dignity and life. Because of that, I first ask that you adopt a method of transparently reviewing the Treasury's due diligence process to ensure that county dollars are responsibly spent, as in ways that do not fund war crimes that violate international law. Further, I ask that you adopt this legislation that will prevent this county from ever investing in foreign securities, bonds, and debt. Again, it is not this county's job to invest in foreign nations, in foreign militaries, in foreign infrastructure, when they could invest in local bonds like those with the municipal city of Cleveland that have similar returns. The fact that a foreign nation has adopted a Jewish identity does not make this conclusion any different. And naturally,
Thank you.
Chance Zurab.
Hi, my name is Chance. I'm a member of the Palestinian Youth Movement. First, I want to tell Council President Jones not to be afraid. I won't go over my time today. I was just a little excited last time. So some of the speakers from the committee as a whole meeting, yeah, we watched those too. And the last meeting and today's meeting have said that the resolution that has been presented before this council and the community was divisive. That a resolution that would remove all foreign investments, such as the one presented, would not affect anything in Palestine and attempts to downplay our role in Cuyahoga County. However, if this was actually true and did not affect anything, we wouldn't be here, first of all, and there wouldn't be opposition coming out attempting to cling onto the crumbling power that they think they have. As I said last time, my family is from Gaza, so is it not divisive to support the destruction of my family's home? Is it not divisive to force them into tents? And is it not divisive to deprive a population of food and water when there is a man-made famine taking place? Just 2 weeks ago, occupation forces cosplayed as humanitarian aid trucks before then killing more than 270 people in a city called Nuseirat. Our people would say that using our tax dollars to support this and creating mental gymnastics to justify these actions is divisive in itself. But you see, no one knows the occupier like the occupied. It's the reason we commit countless hours every week to research. That's why we know that the county executive went on a paid trip to Israel in 2017. It's why we have copies of the opposition's talking points right here. And it's why the letters that Dave Yost and the Benish law firm sent to council to intimidate them into pulling the resolution, we have copies of those too. And it's why we have correspondence from their own representatives like Mark Ashad back there telling councils not to adopt resolutions. So I want to give them a very clear message. This is not a matter of if the county will pass a resolution, but a matter of when. Lastly, I want to give a shout out to the Executive Director of Israel Bonds for Ohio and Kentucky. A message. Out of concern, Tommy, please start looking for new jobs, because when we pass this resolution, you will be getting fired. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Thank you.
Matt Hildebrand. Matt Hildebrand.
Good evening, Matt Hildebrand, and I live in Ms. Simon's district. So public service can be a thankless job. And so for those of you sitting up here, thank you for your service. I am relieved the resolution to divest from Israel has been withdrawn. Ms. Stevens, as a liberal Democrat who donated multiple times to your campaign for Lieutenant Governor and knocked on hundreds of doors for you, I'm happy you have taken action to withdraw this misguided resolution. I urge the county to continue your investments in Israel bonds. These bonds have high returns, which increases the amount of funds to invest locally on our roads, our bridges, health and human services, libraries, and public transportation. These bonds do not, I repeat, they do not divert funds from our needs in Cuyahoga County. In fact, they provide more money than if we store our reserves in money market or savings accounts. What is happening in Gaza is not a war between Jews and Muslims. This is a war between a terrorist organization and the state of Israel. This war was started by Hamas and continues because of Hamas. Hostages are being held, including with supposed doctors and journalists, as was shown just last week. There can be a ceasefire and an end to this war just as soon as the hostages are released. I want this war to end. We are living in crazy times here in the United States and around the world. In May, the Anti-Defamation League reported a 700% increase in anti-Semitism on college campuses since October 7th, including extolling Hitler, lamenting the failure of the Holocaust, demands that Jews go back to Poland, and glorification of Hamas and the attacks on October 7th. This is reminiscent of what happened in German universities in the 1930s. It is happening right here in Cuyahoga County. Anti-Semitism is the canary for other forms of hate. Please do your part to help stop the rise of anti-Semitism. With your action to continue investing in the state of Israel, you are doing the right thing as public officials to help reject anti-Semitism. I will close with the following. Am Yisrael Chai. The people of Israel live. Am Yisrael Chai. Am Yisrael Chai. Am Yisrael.
Diana Setti. Diana Setti.
Hello, my name is Diana Setti, and I work with children in hospitals and nature. I'm here to say, as a resident of District 3, we need to stop supporting the slaughtering of children and stop killing nature. If this is a war, it's a war against children, where in only a few months, more Palestinian children have been slaughtered than in 4 years of conflict around the world. This week, the UN released a report that adds Israel to the blacklist of countries that harm children in conflict zones. It is inexcusable that you enable our tax dollars to fund these daily crimes against humanity. Since we last met, the Israeli military slaughtered 274 Palestinians and wounding more than 700 people in the Nusrat massacre refugee camp, leaving them no access to comprehensive medical care due to Israelis' systematic bombing of every single hospital in Gaza. Every single day, hundreds more slaughtered, wounded, and starved to death. And as a climate justice activist, I'm so tired of counties greenwashing Israel's ecocide. Unfortunately, complicit Chris, as you've come to be known, you undermine every sustainability initiative you launch locally. Every day, you continue to invest in a foreign government that is breaking international law by illegally pursuing offshore drilling exploration in Palestine's maritime areas, and destroying over 7.9 million meters of forest and agriculture due to documented illegal use of white phosphorus and systematic bombardment in both Palestine and Lebanon. In just a few months of Israel's siege on Gaza, they generated more tons of CO2 than 20 climate-vulnerable nations emit in a year. The genocide and ecocide has now gone on twice the time of that. Your local sustainability and climate initiatives are hollow as long as you invest our tax dollars in fueling the industrial military complex that is the largest contributor to fossil fuels on the planet and desecrates the land daily. We are watching, and we see where your priorities are. And to be clear, while you're complicit, Chris, in this genocide and ecocide in Palestine and Lebanon, your choice to reinvest makes us all complicit, and I say not in my name. Listen to our demands, ban investments in foreign entities, and invest locally. And I want to just share some voices that I think need to be heard and we don't hear enough of.
Thank you, Ms. Sadie.
Jonah Roth.
My name is Jonah Roth. I'm a resident of Cuyahoga County and a proud American Jew. I have family roots in Cleveland, family who are Holocaust survivors, and family who live in Israel. I've grown up learning all about what it means to fear for your safety as a Jewish person. Precisely because of that, I'm part of a growing number of American Jews asking our leaders not to conflate Jewish safety with political support for a country and a military that has been credibly accused of war crimes and genocide. We've heard tonight that a choice to not purchase Israel bonds holds Israel to a double standard as a Jewish state. I am asking you to stop investing in these bonds because I do not want Israel held to a double standard, one where we excuse things that we would rightly criticize in other countries. Palestinian members of our Cuyahoga County community have shared the devastating impact that the Israeli military has had on their families, destroying their homes and killing their loved ones. We must let go of the double standard that says that Jewish pain and grief matters, but Palestinian pain and grief does not. I'm also deeply concerned about rhetoric we've heard before this council that implies that using county funds to purchase Israel bonds is a matter of Jewish safety and one that all Jews must back. Funding Israel does not make Jews in Ohio safer, and Jews are not a monolith. Meanwhile, anti-Semites happily endorse the idea that all Jews must back Israel. Not anti-war activists targeted by smear campaigns, but actual anti-Semites, like the growing white nationalist movement, who trick people into hating Jews because of the actions of the Israeli military, or the Christian Zionist movement, who believe Israel will help bring about the end times. That scares me now, and it scares me even more that whenever the world finally agrees that this is the genocide that it so clearly is, that there are people out there who will see all Jews as responsible. So when we say no new Israel bonds and no new foreign investments, why are we investing in foreign countries? We not only say, invest our money in our communities and stand on the side of justice and peace, but also remember that not all Jews have the same politics, and look at the safety of Cuyahoga County Jews from the dangers they actually face. The danger from bad faith claims that a foreign government murdering civilians is doing it for our sake.
Marshall Barron.
Good afternoon. My name is Marshall Barron, and I live in Beechwood and have been a resident of Cuyahoga County my entire life. First, I'd like to thank the council members for their service to our community and for allowing me to speak today. This morning, as I was paying my real estate taxes, I decided to look at the Cuyahoga County 5-year Economic Development Plan for 2023 through 2027 that was published last July 5th. I'd like to read from the bold print in that document that states, "The county shall have as a primary responsibility the promotion and enhancement of the economic well-being and prosperity of the county and all of its residents. Investing in Israel bonds has always been a good investment, yielding excellent returns. These investments enhance the economic well-being of the county and its residents. There is no reason for the county to stop making these favorable investments." Thank you for your time.
Lucy Schiffman. Lucy Schiffman.
Hi, my name is Lucy Schiffman, and I live in Shaker Heights. I grew up in Beechwood, graduated from Jewish Day School, sat on BBYO's regional board for 2 years, went off to college, and was president of my campus Hillel. I say all of this to provide context for why it didn't surprise me last council as community members called for investment transparency and the end of foreign investments from Cuyahoga County tax dollars that there were people here calling supporters of this resolution anti-Semitic. It didn't surprise me because when I was 18, I attended an APAC student leadership conference where they taught us to say the situation in the Middle East is too complicated to talk about, or to criticize Israel is anti-Semitic, or Israel is the bastion of democracy in the Middle East, or supporting Israel is supporting civil rights, or remember all of the amazing things Israel has done for the environment. And so no, I wasn't surprised to hear that the talking points haven't changed in 10 years. These talking points, and many of the points you hear on repeat a few weeks ago and again tonight, are taught without context, without ever teaching about the Nakba, the expulsion of 750,000 Palestinians that went hand in hand with the celebrated Yom HaAtzmaut, Israel's Independence Day, or without teaching that there were Palestinians living in this land in 1948. These statements are taught to be repeated, to go along with the statement that questioning Israel is anti-Semitic. I'm here to urge you to rethink that. Questioning Israel is something that Jews have been doing for as long as Israel, the nation state, has existed. It is not anti-Semitic. People say that to be Jewish is to ask questions, to not stand idly by and take other people's teachings as your own learning, to think critically and develop your own understanding of the Torah, of the world. I think of this defining act of Jewishness to question, to listen, to learn, when I have to reconcile that so many people from the Jewish community that raised me are ready to call me anti-Semitic, to call me a capo, to hear rabbis say that they need to, quote, alienate the radical Jews who disagree with their statements. If anything, it is anti-Semitic to assume that all Jews need to agree on this one topic. It goes against the centuries-old teachings of our great rabbis and educators. If Jews don't need to agree on supporting Israel, then neither do you. Council members, I urge you to do the work of learning the context of both sides, of listening to your constituents who are not asking for you to alienate Jewish community members, but simply divest from Israel bonds that are being used to terrorize Palestinians so that you can reinvest in our community here in Cuyahoga County. Yes, anti-Semitism exists, and yes, it's terrifying, but that does not mean we have to double down in support of a so-called Jewish state that does not live up to Jewish values. It does not mean that we have a get-out-of-jail-free card to avoid hard conversations and to avoid listening deeply to the fears of our neighbors. We know that these $16 million can be used to build a better future here in Cuyahoga County and help us build a community where all of us feel safe, heard, and free.
Basma Hamid. Basma Hamid.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Basma Hamid. I've been living in Cuyahoga County for the past 33 years. even though Israel is continuing to commit genocide in Gaza and Palestine every day for the past 75 years. Cuyahoga County still continues to ramp up investments in Israeli bonds. This is a disaster to the communities for the following reasons. Israel is committing genocide in Gaza and Palestine for the past 75 years, and for the past 8 months, it has killed over 45,000 people, including 25,000 children, and still counting. Injuring 89,000 people, displaced 1,700,000 from their homes. Investing in these bonds doesn't add any resources to the country or the local communities. Default or credit risk at the state of Israel may be unable to pay the interest or the principal on these bonds, and ultimately you could lose some or all of this money invested. Now is the time to divest and liquidate all these funds, bring them back to the communities, and be honest, loyal to your community instead of supporting genocide regime in a country that you don't even know anything about. We are against the world of hypocrisy. We are against the people of complicity. Freedom is earned, not given, and should be everyone's right to live and practice on this earth. The occupation of Gaza and Palestine is a damage to humanity and the rest of the world. We are the people seeking the freedom that allows Palestinians to live in their country, Palestine, free from the occupation, and make their own decisions and choices that they are proud of. We are the people for life. The truth is rising while the sun is shining. Freedom is coming now to Gaza and Palestine and the rest of the world. This is what humanity and justice for all means. Free Palestine from the river to the sea. Thank you.
Jenna Mahidine.
Hello, my name is Jenna Muhiddin, and Eid Mubarak. It's the third day of Eid al-Adha, which is the Muslim celebration. And in Gaza, our brothers and sisters have experienced further massacres on this holy day. More children are being murdered in their celebration outfits. And I want to read a few news articles that have been circulating in the past few months. Israel bombs Rafah safe zone after ICJ order. Israel stealing organs from dead bodies in Gaza. Israel hit Gaza with 3 times more firepower than Hiroshima nuke. More than 10 children losing legs every day in Gaza. 2 million on the brink of famine. Starvation used as a weapon of war in Gaza. Israeli soldiers pose online with Gaza women's underwear. Really? I ask you again to use your minds, and you think we want you to divest because it's a Jewish state? Or maybe, just maybe, investing in a nation that obliterates every form of life is immoral, and we need to invest here in our county. My family has never been allowed to enter the land where we came from, except my brother Mahmoud. And when he landed in Tel Aviv, he was singled out as the only Arab on that flight, taken into custody and questioned for 8 hours, and then held at gunpoint and searched. My grandfather Saleh and Mahmoud have built their houses in Tarshiha, Palestine, northern Palestine. And today, we don't know what family is living in that house. My father, and this was before Hamas, by the way. This was before Hamas. This was before October 7th. This is when warplanes attacked my town in 1948, and that's very democratic of Israel. My father, who was raised in exile and war, had immigrated from Palestine to Lebanon, to Kuwait, to Egypt, to Tunisia, to London, and finally to the United States, just to have his county fund the same nation that forced him to live a war-stricken life. These hardships are not a distant history lesson, but rather an unfolding trauma that affects thousands of citizens in this very county. And the same way we have conviction that we will all return to our homeland, you too have conviction that we will return here every meeting, every opportunity to demand divestment from the genocidal economy. Are some people in here absolutely deranged and disgusting? Yes. Is it because they're Jewish? No. Their talking points are literally boring and repetitive and robotic and false. We're the children of war, and they're the children of the silver spoon. We're not the same, and they can no longer hide their defense for genocide under the banner of anti-Semitism. Israel is the world's worst nightmare, and we will work night and day, step by step, to dismantle the colonial monster, and it will never, ever take a genocide to wake us up again. Free Palestine from the river to the sea. And Susan, we won at City Council. We got that ceasefire resolution, and I'm not here shaking, crying, throwing up because someone took a picture of me. Emily Marino, right here in the front, was at Case Western University and taking pictures of everybody.
Your time is ended.
David Pearl. David Pearl.
Hello, my name is David Pearl. I was born and raised in Cuyahoga County, and I want to speak to you about the proposal to prohibit future investments in any foreign securities. I was only going to talk about that, but I just have to say something that hit me as everyone was speaking here, that I don't know why people still feel the need to try to bully people, like by calling people complicit Chris or Tommy or things like that. You just need to state your points here. That's it. No need for bullying. I'm going to go on. So, since its inception 73 years ago, Israel Bonds has never been late or missed an interest or principal payment. To the best of my knowledge, Israel bonds are the only foreign bonds that meet the qualifications to be considered for investment. Essentially, this means when you want to forbid foreign bonds, foreign investments, you are forbidding Israel bond investments. A standard practice for a good investment portfolio is diversification. Diversification is a good thing. Israel bonds have become a reliable investment for institutions as well as private investors seeking to diversify portfolios and preserve capital. Over 90 U.S. state and municipal pension and treasury funds have invested in Israel bonds. These bonds have a great return, which in turn help our county in so many great ways. So please keep investing in Israel bonds and any other foreign bonds that might meet your requirements. I urge everyone here tonight to show your support on, now I'm talking about Israel a second, because I am a Jew and I feel proud for Israel. I urge everyone here tonight to show your support for Israel and buy an Israel bond. If not now, when? Thank you for your time.
Isabella Robert Lawrence. Isabella Robert Lawrence.
Hello, my name is Isabella Robert Llorens. I've been living in Cleveland these past 5 years, and I'm from Puerto Rico, which has been a U.S. colony since it was invaded by the United States in 1898. Since then, we have been exploited, killed, and displaced on the basis of this colonization process, all for profit. Given this, I'm very familiar with what colonialism looks like and what happens when the United States invests in foreign governments. U.S. colonialization has led to the takeover of Puerto Rico, and it has led to the displacements of Puerto Ricans from the island as a whole. Many of these violent colonial practices are similar and worse in Palestine, and the United States should not be funding the same destruction there as it did in my homeland, especially because 1/3 of the whole Puerto Rican population now lives in the United States, with Cleveland having a large Puerto Rican community. For example, the bombs that are dropping in Palestine right now are the same ones that were tested in Puerto Rico by the United States. The U.S. has not yet taken any responsibility in the cleaning up and restoring of the communities living there. The toxins continue to sink into the soil and into the blood of the people, causing the highest cancer and disease rates in Vieques, where the bombs were being tested in. The county is currently spending millions of dollars to fund the colonization and destruction of Palestine using our own tax dollars. But couldn't we use this money to save our own children from lead poisoning in Cleveland? Couldn't we be cleaning up the river and investing in our infrastructure rather than giving money to foreign governments who have no accountability to us at all? For example, someone last week was praising Israel for having a very good free healthcare, but where is our free healthcare? Why are we funding that their own citizens have free healthcare while ours go into more than millions of dollars in debt for what should be the right of being alive and healthy? This is why I urge the council to do their jobs of pretending to represent the people they were elected by and divest for Israel, instead of investing in the actual community you are supposed to serve. What you are investing in is the imperial structure that wants a Puerto Rico without Puerto Ricans and a Palestine without Palestinians by any means necessary. Is this what democracy and freedom looks like? Que viva Palestina y Puerto Rico libre. Thank you.
Tom Light. Tom Light. Tom Light.
Hello, I'm Tam Lytle, and I live in Cleveland Heights. It has been a disappointment to witness the council shrug off their duty to the people, avoiding a vote on the issue of this irresponsible investment in a foreign military that is actively committing genocide. It is not a smart investment, as Israel's GDP is plummeting due to the onslaught they are waging, and it is an unethical investment that is supporting an apartheid state as it violently colonizes a people that are unable to fight back. There are many pro-Israel talking points that say these bonds are a safe investment. They aren't. There are no guarantees, and the outlook isn't looking great. Israel's GDP has fallen by nearly 20% in the last 3 months of 2023. Israel is not a self-sustaining settler colonialist project. It continues through the aid sent by the U.S. and the bonds bought by U.S. counties and cities like us. This money that the county has invested could go elsewhere, like towards municipal bonds that would have a direct positive impact here at home. Even if it was a sound investment, I don't want my tax-paying dollars to be bathed in blood. It bears repeating again, these bonds are invested in a genocide. Israel has destroyed Gaza, displacing nearly 2 million Palestinian civilians, creating famine for over 1 million people, and murdering over 40,000 people. This is not just an issue of bad investments, it's also an issue of democracy. This vote has been taken so far from the people. It was removed from council and sent to committee, then placed into the hands of a fiscal representative, then rescinded completely. This is a cowardly way to handle such a crucial issue and a motion that was supported by a majority of the people. It should be put to a vote, but alas, if the council refuses to do anything on this issue, the people will organize and elect representatives that actually represent the majority of this county's interest, instead of a handful of wealthy people who have admitted direct ties to these bad bonds. Thank you to the diverse and beautiful array of citizens of Cuyahoga County who have spoken out on this issue and against funding a genocide. Let's keep up the pressure. Thank you for your time.
Dan Schoen.
Hi. First of all, thank you all for all the work you do for the county. My name is Professor Dan Schoen. I'm a third-generation Clevelander and the chairman of the Econ department at Case Western Reserve University. Prior to coming home to join Case, I taught state and local government finance at Harvard for a decade, where I received my PhD in economics. I've worked on these issues at the Federal Reserve and the Commerce Department, and my work on state and local government has been funded by the National Science Foundation, Brookings Institute, and many others. I have a whole speech prepared, but it's a late night, so I want to tell you the summary. It's madness to inject international politics into our county's investment decisions. Our Israel bond holdings should be judged on their strong historical returns for our citizens, and that's it. Okay, since I have a little bit of time, I'll tell you. The research on this is clear, okay? There's a ton of papers on divestment campaigns, and they find across the board basically no effect on policy. The most recent paper by Jonathan Burke from Stanford said, basically we can rule out any statistical impact. Histrionics aside, Cuyahoga County's investment decisions are not going to lead to a policy change in the Middle East, and the research on that is overwhelming. That being true, injecting politics into our investment decisions can cause serious harms to the county's portfolio. There is a debate in the literature, but many papers find significant losses to investors once they inject politics into their money and investment decisions. For example, a recent paper by Brad Cornell looked at university divestiture and found that Harvard's divestment from fossil fuels cost the university $100 million a year. Look, this issue isn't a new issue for public funds. State and local pension funds in the 80s and 90s used to argue for exclusively domestic investment strategies. This was something called economically targeted investments. And one of my intellectual mentors, the great Alicia Manel, who was Assistant Treasury Secretary for Clinton, she studied this and found that this strategy was disastrous for public funds. They led to tons of oversight from the Government Accountability Agency office and federal agencies, and we phased out this idea of not doing foreign investment. Cuyahoga County should not spearhead the effort to bring it back. Once we reintroduce this kind of politics into our discussion, there's sort of no end to it, right? Investments can be reviewed for their position on the environment, on labor relations and diversity, on gambling, on tobacco and military equipment, on alcohol and fast food and employment and political contributions and immigration and trade. And frankly, this council cannot possibly want to spend its time litigating and monitoring all of these issues endlessly. We're here talking about something that happened in 75 years ago, halfway around the world, when you have real issues like the first two gentlemen who spoke that you can actually make a difference to work on. It seems like madness to try to bring this into our financial portfolio and make this the arena where these battles happen. Thank you.
Lauren DeBerry. Lauren DeBerry.
Hello, my name is Lauren DeBerry, and I live in Cleveland Heights. To the Council Vice President Cheryl Stevens and Councilmember Patrick Kelly, I'm deeply disappointed in you that the resolution has been withdrawn and instead deferred to a few individuals for fear of political consequences. Your empty words in this letter to the county executive and treasurer urging them to divest mean nothing to me. You are simply passing the buck. I'd much rather see this money currently going to Israel invested in our community instead, for things like more accessible bike lanes, better public transport infrastructure, and aid for our homeless community, to name a few. By sending our money to Israel through bonds, not only are we all complicit in directly supporting a genocide of the Palestinian people, but we are also placing the profit from these returns over the people, both Palestinians and the people of Cuyahoga County, who would be much better served by the money being put back directly into our community. I think it's clear that the community does not support our taxes going to a genocidal apartheid state. I also think that it's frankly ridiculous that the community cannot directly vote on this, and instead we have to rely on a select few in power to decide on our behalf. It's also clear that the people will not stop until we see divestment from Israel through whichever means possible. We are dedicated, disciplined, and organized. Public opinion on Israel is swaying quickly. Though you may hear today from a few loud and wealthy Zionists that Cleveland stands with Israel, I believe the majority of people in Cleveland would staunchly disagree with that sentiment, myself included. I stand for a free Palestine because I understand that it's tied to my own freedom here and my own liberation from the oppression of U.S. imperialism and capitalism. As a trans person, I'm not unfamiliar with begging those in power for basic human rights and how that plea often goes ignored. Ohio Attorney General Dave Yost, the same person who is using his political power to urge this council to not adopt this resolution by misinterpreting an anti-BDS law, is the same person who attempted to stop a temporary block on the draconian ban of trans health care for youth in this state, HB 68. The struggle for a free Palestine is inherently connected to the struggle for queer and trans liberation. For it's the same people fighting against Palestinian liberation that also fight against queer and trans liberation. So please, I urge the County Executive Chris Ronyan and Treasurer Brad Cromes to divest this county's tax dollars from Israel and instead invest it in its peoples who desperately need the help. Our public infrastructure is crumbling, our children are hungry, and our workers are underpaid and overworked. We have no business investing our county tax dollars into foreign entities, especially genocidal ethno-states. Free Palestine.
Dalen Armstrong.
Hello, my name is Dalen Armstrong. There is often a lot of propaganda spewed, including the focus on how investing in Israel is a good financial decision for the county. Now, despite that being false information, I've heard the same statement again and again and again, the focus being on money. Now, I'm not so far removed that I didn't realize that capitalism, colonialism, and colonization are at the root of these systems and are therefore indoctrinated into people's minds, decisions, and policies. But I think seeing it play out in front of your own eyes is truly something incredibly disturbing. As I mentioned last meeting, I'm sick of watered-down and hypocritical statements. I'm sick of people creating rules about the right and civil way to approach these issues. Civility is defined as the formal politeness and courtesy in behavior or speech. Now, I'm usually described as a polite person, but I've realized that what is politeness getting you in the face of genocide, except being seen as palatable? There should be nothing palatable or polite about genocide. Even the word genocide should make you sick at your core. It should make you sick that the people in Congo, Sudan, Tigray, Palestine, and so many more people are being raped, murdered, starved, their body parts being cut off, their homes being destroyed, resources like gold, diamonds, cobalt, and coal being forcefully and inhumanely mined and sold to the U.S., the United Arab Emirates, and Israel for profit, electronics, and weaponry? Or do people not care because the people this is happening to are black and brown? I've heard so many people say, if I were alive during slavery or the Holocaust, I would have done all I could to end it. Now, personally, I think that statement makes people feel good about themselves while they continue to let enslavement and genocide happen right in front of them. Again, because people are indoctrinated into the horrific structures of capitalism, colonialism, and colonization. People rationalize the irrational within every part of history to fit with the narrative they want. Slavery and genocide exist to have power over, dehumanize, and profit off of land and human beings. And I get a lot of the same energy from the county, the country, the world, when people use such ironic statements like, our hands are tied. But I don't think that's the case. But it does show right there that people have been chained to this false system. The jobs and titles in which you hold, specifically County Executive Chris Ronayne, give you the ability to influence County Treasurer about where money is going. And you disturbingly show us that you would rather keep close ties with the United Arab Emirates, Israel, when you know they continue to use this money to fund the murder and enslavement of black and brown folks. History will continue to repeat itself until our world is decolonized, but a simple step that can be taken is to not fund any governments, companies, institutions, and corporations that are responsible for slavery and genocide. Thank you.
Ms. Armstrong.
Graham Ball.
Good evening, Council. My name is Graham Ball, and I live in Cleveland Heights. I'm a member of the Democratic Socialists of America Cleveland chapter. I'm here tonight to talk about the legal questions relating to the No New Foreign Investment Resolution. Some council members have used those legal questions related to the resolution as a reason to oppose it, and now Attorney General Yost has warned you to not pass the resolution, claiming that it would violate the law. So what law does it violate? In 2016, Ohio passed legislation prohibiting state agencies from boycotting Israel and prohibiting them from entering into contracts with companies who boycott Israel. So I want us to sit with this for a minute and think about what it means. Ohio has restricted the freedom of businesses to express their First Amendment right. We know that the Supreme Court has decreed financial decisions made by companies are protected free speech. This law punishes companies who exercise the First Amendment right to not do business with Israel. And now, Zionists are trying to use this law to say it's illegal for Cuyahoga County to decide how to invest our own tax dollars. Can we all just acknowledge how crazy this is? It is crazy that our government is passing laws that are restricting our protected speech. It feels like a very dangerous precedent. I want to talk a little bit about BDS. BDS is nonviolent resistance, period. Boycott, divest, sanction. Forms of BDS have been used to peacefully bring social change by everyone from Gandhi to Martin Luther King to Nelson Mandela. Everyone here who has spoken condemning the armed resistance of Hamas is also telling you to prevent economic protest through BDS. John F. Kennedy said that those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable. Do you want to end armed resistance? Then open legitimate legal avenues for Palestinians to change their circumstances. It is that simple. Zionists claim that these anti-peaceful protest laws are in place to avoid discrimination. But the ACLU is clear on this. They say that anti-BDS laws are not designed to prevent discrimination, but in fact are designed to discriminate against a specific political expression. They say that anti-BDS laws are in place because the government disapproves of the boycott's message of protest against Israel. They say these are unconstitutional. The ACLU makes no value judgments about Israel or Palestine, but the Human Rights Watch explains why a company may not want to invest in Israel. The Human Rights Watch says that it is impossible to do business or invest in Israel without contributing to or benefiting from the human rights abuses and violations of international law that Israel is committing. Let's stop investing in a literal genocide. Free Palestine.
Emily Moreno Miller.
Hi, I'm Emily Moreno Miller. To the City Council and County Executive, Renee, just thank you for the opportunity to speak. The City Council is not elected to engage in foreign policy, nor is it elected to cast judgment on foreign wars. The Investment Committee has a fiduciary obligation to provide the best returns for its shareholders and for the people of Cuyahoga County. This $16 million investment in Israel is among the strongest performing investment in the county's portfolio. As a community, we can debate the actions abroad. We can advocate for the return to a ceasefire, this ceasefire that was violated by Hamas on October 7th. We can plea for the return of hostages cruelly held in Gaza by Hamas and the 270 lives lost in a hostage rescue mission. And we can pray for peace. But those are not governing actions by this body. To this council, I humbly ask that you uphold your fiduciary obligation in returning strong investments in protecting Israel's bonds that produce a strong return for this county. To my opponents in this room, Israel will never cower in the face of a war that it did not start. And to my fellow Jews, stand strong and stand proud. And to Jenna, I took your photo at Case Western as you ripped up American flags.
You're a liar. I never did that. Show proof. Show proof.
As you ripped up American flags and refused to stand today for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you very much.
Janos Yalix.
All right, shut it, Zionists. Evening, Council. My name is Janos Yalic. I work here in Cleveland. Now, before I begin,
I would like to acknowledge the councilwoman in a blue dress from our previous meeting. Thank you for acknowledging that anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. Also, thank you, Lawrence, for telling me to free Hamas at the healthcare workers' march. I didn't know that Hamas is a hostage. We must free Hamas from the hostage crisis. To paraphrase Sammy Obeid, they call it the hostage crisis because the host ages from the crisis. As you might have gathered, my subject today is hostages. The Zionists constantly speak of the plight of the Israeli hostages, many of whom are now dead because of their own government. However, I am here tonight to talk about the over 8,000 Palestinian hostages held in Israeli prisons, half of whom are under administrative detention. I already told you about the hostages bound in gray tracksuits and zip ties at Nova Auschwitz in the Negev desert. Ahed Tamimi, the great Palestinian activist, also is in administrative detention. Wahan Nayas Judy Zarar was just released from Israeli detention, now missing 2 legs. Now more news has come from Nova Auschwitz. The nurse, Mr. Al-Hamawi, has spoken about his horrifying rape, describing how 2 soldiers pressed his rectum against a fixed metal rod. He also was shot multiple times in the same camp. Council, my fellow Clevelanders, this is what our tax dollars are going to. Oppressing people and sending them to concentration camps. The $16 million in bonds are aiding an entire nation of Kastners. I was telling you all about Lion Nasser, the cousin of Shireen, at last meeting, but my speech on her was cut short. No grad student should face detention that can be renewed every 4 months without anything close to a trial. No woman should face this. No person should face this. Decades ago, my great-grandmother successfully pleaded for her husband's freedom from the Soviet occupation. I claim all Palestinians, including Lion Nasser, as my own family. Family means no one gets left behind. I'd like to sing in Hungarian for all of you. Repü madár halát, vidd el ezt a levelet, mondd meg a szép lánynak, ne sírasson, felejtsen el engem nevet. Free Palestine, not only from Israel, but also from the millions of dollars in Israeli bonds that Cuyahoga County is guilty of donating. And please end your stupid rules about signs, banners, and flags. Have a good day.
Sarah Sessick.
Hello, my name is Sarah Sessick. I am a lifelong resident of Cuyahoga County, and I live in District 2. I would like to bring it to the council's attention again that the ICJ, which is a branch, which is part of the UN, has ruled that Israel needs to stop committing genocide, and it has done that months ago. There are also arrest warrants out for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and War Minister Yoav Gallant of Israel. And I don't think that we should invest in any country that has arrest warrants out for its leaders for war crimes or crimes against humanity. I would say the same thing if we were trying to invest in Omar al-Bashir's Sudan during the Darfur genocide, who was convicted by the ICC, the International Criminal Court, who is the one charging Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, as well as several other Israeli officials. I would say the same thing about the former president of the Ivory Coast, Laurent Gbagbo, about Libya under the rule of Gaddafi, about Kenya during the rule of Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. That's why we need to divest. Well, that's why we need to not invest in any more foreign bonds anywhere in the world. And I would also, I was deeply disappointed when the resolution was withdrawn and a letter went out with wishy-washy language about division. I would ask you whether you think it was divisive when the International Criminal Court issued arrest warrants for Netanyahu and Gallant, when they issued arrest warrants for Sylvester Macadamora and Bosco Ntaganda from the Democratic Republic of the Congo. It has democracy right in the name. The Nuremberg trials were one of the international community's biggest success, and we built the International Criminal Court and the ICJ as part of the UN because we wanted to continue trying people for genocide and preventing genocide. And I believe that never again applies to all people.
Riley Petro. Riley Petro. Francois Jacobs.
I believe Riley is coming.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Riley Petro. I'm representing the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I do want to make a quick correction on behalf of Jenna, saying that that allegation that she was desecrating the flag is false. And even if she was, desecrating the flag and not standing up for the pledge are protected First Amendment actions. So just making that clear real quick. To my speech. Personally, I think the phrase whataboutism is thrown around too casually, but when opponents of the proposal for divestment refuse to engage with the merits of the proposal and ask questions about what about Hamas and what they're doing, to me, this is a textbook example of whataboutism. And let's ignore for a minute that the New York Times story about Hamas committing mass rape on October 7th has been thoroughly debunked, and that one of the main authors, Anat Schwartz, is not a journalist, but an Israeli intelligence officer. Let's ignore for a minute that there is no credible proof of Hamas beheading infants, and that President Biden had to admit that he never saw pictures of this. Let's ignore that both the UN and the Israeli press have reported credible evidence that it is actually the Israeli military responsible for many of the civilian deaths on October 7th. Let's just go ahead and ignore that for 1 second here. Even if we ignore all these facts and simply answer the question, what about Hamas or Iran or any other entity? What does that have to do with anything? This county isn't giving any money to any of those entities, and we're not asking them to. We're not asking them to give any money to any foreign entities. In fact, we're asking them not to give any money to any foreign entities. Don't be distracted by these arguments that are being made, not in good faith at all. This council must and will reintroduce a proposal to divest from these bonds and not to invest in any foreign entities. Thank you.
Francois Jacobs.
Hi, my name is Francoise Jacobs, and I thank this council for opening the opportunity for further dialogue about the Israeli bonds issue, Resolution R204-0208. I would also like to single out both Councilman Kelly and Stevens, the original authors of this resolution, for now putting it off the docket and closing this debate. I am, however, concerned that Councilman Kelly and Stevens are continuing to urge the county treasurer to stop investing in Israeli bonds due to the, quote, ethical, moral, and political implications of this county's investment policy. I'm not a politician, so it's a little hard for me to decipher this double language, but I do feel uncomfortable in the climate of this room, and I feel that many people here are not promoting ethical, or moral views towards Israel specifically, and also against the Jews. This is extremely sad for me for many reasons, but for now, I will just tell you a couple. My grandfather ran away from the Russian pogroms at the beginning of the 19th century. He was 3 years old. Years later, when World War II broke out, he was above the age of the draft with a pregnant wife at home, yet he insisted on joining the American Army as a volunteer based on the Jewish principle of gratitude. He wanted to give back to his country that had offered him safe sanctuary, and that country was the United States of America. I have another remarkable story, this time about my father, who spent the summer of 1964 in the South registering Blacks to vote for their country in what later became known as Freedom Summer. And my last story is of my father-in-law, who in 2003, at the beginning of an actual genocide in Darfur, took time off of work to travel to Washington, D.C. to protest the killing of innocent people there. Each of these familial stories, which I am so proud of, shows how much we love America and help to stand and support our wonderful democracy here. I am worried about the loud and hurtful rancor going on in our wonderful democracy today. Please help to initiate moral and ethical policies instead of bringing up divisiveness. Please stay on task and to continue investing in our Cuyahoga County's best financial interests. Please continue investing in Israeli bonds.
Noel Naser. Noel Naser.
My name is Noel Nasser. I'm an organizer with the Palestinian Youth Movement and a Cleveland resident. So the resolution has been pulled. I can't say that I'm really surprised because this is not the first time Zionist for-profit interests have been listened to and prioritized over the cries of humanity and liberation. Nor is this not the first time that the tired narrative of appeasing both sides has been weaponized as an excuse to not fight for what is right. The reality is there are only two sides to genocide if you believe that those who are calling for its continuation should hold weight in this conversation. So let's talk about the two sides that are here today. On one side, you have community members from all walks of life, every demographic, religion, sexual orientation, families with children, all coming here with lived experiences, facts, and a deep love for building up our communities. Because all we are asking for is that our tax dollars be invested in our communities here, and that we have transparency as residents to observe and be involved in the process and how our money is being used. Much like a ceasefire was a simple call to stop the violence, this ask should not be controversial. Many of us have been organizing for months and years because unlike the Zionist contingent that has just shown up these past 2 weeks, we are motivated by something much stronger than saving a good financial return. That, which like every other Zionist talking point, has been easily debunked. We are motivated by life and liberation for all peoples, which is why you see all kinds of people here speaking up for Palestinian liberation. Zionists will tell you the resolution, like this one, are divisive, but I ask you, what is more divisive than Zionists coming up here and calling their fellow Jewish neighbors slurs and spewing hateful venom at them when they sit down after giving public comments? Or coming up here and making open anti-Palestinian and Islamophobic statements like those we have been witnessing. This is the other side you are speaking of. Theodor Herzl, the founder of Zionism, once said, "Without colonization, Zionism is nothing more than a castle in the air." Herzl recognized the idea of establishing Israel needed to be accompanied by actions on the ground. These actions have been taking place through a special type of violence called settler colonialism, which by definition is a system of oppression based on genocide and colonization that aims to displace a population of a nation, the indigenous population, and replace it with a new settler population. If our words as Palestinians and allies do not hold weight in your minds, let the words of the founder of Zionism himself show you the true intentions and manifestations for the creation of Israel. And let the example we are demonstrating out in the hall with the most beautiful display of community care show you what we are about. Because the world that we want to live in is the one where we invest in our children and the communities that we live in. This is why I say there are no two sides. It is all of us. It should be all of us against genocide and for liberation for all peoples. Free Palestine.
Rabbi Rosie Heim.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of a subject that's very close to my heart, Israel bonds. I am Rabbi Rosie Heim, and I'm a resident of Cuyahoga County. I've been here for the last 36 years. I am just completing my term as the Israel Bonds International Chairperson of the Rabbinic Advisory Council, and I remain a member of the Israel Bonds National Council at large. In this capacity as the Rabbinic Advisory Council Chair, it was my responsibility to encourage rabbis all over the United States and Canada to purchase Israel bonds for their synagogues, for their synagogue investment portfolios, and also for the members personally to purchase Israel bonds. It was never a hard sell because Israel bonds are an excellent investment opportunity for an organization's budget and for enhancing personal portfolios. It was especially easy to encourage people living in Nebraska and those who are aware of the Israel bonds purchases that Warren Buffett has endorsed. As a billionaire businessman and philanthropist, he hosted events in recent years to secure over $280 million in Israel bonds. He is a strong advocate of having Israel bonds in a person's personal portfolio, in their business portfolios, for local counties, and for national organizations. Further, I want to draw your attention to two other non-Jewish friends of Israel and of Israel bonds. The Reverend Johnny Moore is one of the most influential evangelical ministers who serves as the Commissioner for the United States Commission of Interreligious Freedom, and he is the President of the Congress of Christian Leaders. He helped to negotiate the Abraham Accords between the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and Israel, and he has written that one of the reasons that he engaged in these efforts was because Israel also cares about Palestinians. His support for Israel bonds is noteworthy because of the large constituency that he represents. Additionally, Israel bonds and Israel itself enjoys the support of the Reverend Dumasani Washington, who is the co-founder and the CEO of the Institute for Black Solidarity with Israel, and he is the chair of Christians United for Israel, CUFI. Investing in Israel bonds is part of the message that he shares with his communities. I raise these names and their communities to demonstrate that investing in Israel bonds is not a Jewish matter alone, but has wide support both from financial and religious communities.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
A.V. Jacobs.
My name is Avi Jacobs. I'm a resident of Beechwood. Thank you for your time. While I am grateful for the withdrawal of Resolution R2024-0208 from Council consideration, I find it misguided to continue to urge our county treasurer and county executive to drop all foreign investments, especially at this time. Council members Stevens and Kelly wrote recently a letter that the council has historically deferred to the county treasurer to manage investments, but introduced the resolution to initiate a dialogue on the ethical, moral, and political implications of the county's investment policy. Council members, divesting from Israel bonds would be unethical, immoral, and highly political. Urging the county treasurer and executive to stop investing in Israel bonds, especially now, can only be seen as rewarding those who promote anti-Semitism, including organizations such as Students for Justice in Palestine. After October 7th, this group called for, quote, not just slogans and rallies, but armed confrontation, and to liberate their homeland by, quote, any means necessary. They declared after the massacre of October 7th that what is coming is greater, victory or martyrdom. When Jews and Israelis are slaughtered, they call for victory or martyrdom. When Israel defends itself, they no longer want martyrdom. They call for a ceasefire. In the first 3 months after October 7th, while Jews around the world were reeling, anti-Semitic incidents in the United States surged by 360%. But we don't need national statistics. Anti-Semitism is in our own backyard. In Ohio, the number of anti-Semitic incidents quadrupled. Just a few miles from here, in Brooklyn, 23 headstones were defaced with graffiti and swastikas. This is not anti-Zionism. This is hatred of Jews. It is evil. It is anti-Semitism, plain and simple. These are the same people who tear down posters of innocent hostages. A political commentator observed that if someone tore down a poster of a lost dog, that individual would universally be considered pathological and roundly condemned, appropriately. Yet tearing down posters of babies stolen from their cribs or the infirm dragged out of their wheelchairs is applauded in many circles, including in our own local campus colleges. Rewarding this hateful and barbaric behavior by divesting from Israel bonds or even bringing the issue to the spotlight now sends the wrong message. Those who contribute to or endorse this reprehensible behavior must understand that their actions will not be tolerated and certainly not rewarded. I implore you, do not reward those who support terror and hatred. Thank you for your time.
David Schutkin. David Schutkin.
Hello, Council. My name is David Schutkin, and I live in Shaker Heights. This evening, I'll speak on the issue of divestment from Israel bonds. I'm an observant Jewish man, a member of the Cleveland Jewish community, and a professor of education. My parents and siblings made Aliyah. They moved to Israel by leveraging their privileges as Jews. I went on to go to high school in Israel, and since that time, I have traveled, or since 2015, I have traveled to Palestine 6 times as a Jewish nonviolent anti-occupation activist. In the ensuing years since my time living in Israel in high school, I have become an anti-Zionist. In Palestine, I experienced firsthand, and resisted with my Palestinian friends the oppression and dehumanizing psychological and physical violence of the Israeli occupation of Palestine and the Palestinian people. Since before the Oslo Accords, and even before the war in '67, this violence occurs every single day. Indeed, the current war in Gaza did not begin on October 7th. This all is perpetrated by the state of Israel in my name. But I do not feel secure or safe or valued as a Jewish person or as a human being because of these experiences. They are dehumanizing and enable great hatred. As alienating as this is for me as an observant Jewish man, I draw hope and courage from the resistance, building connections and community. I'm learning from my Palestinian friends and partners from Cleveland to the South Hebron Hills about Samud. Samud is Palestinian resilience and steadfastness. It nurtures connections and community, building among and across differences, mutual aid, loving kindness, and radical care. Samud is part of Palestinian communal, familial, and educational structure. It is a way of teaching and learning and knowing that heals trauma. Samud teaches that the will and determination of the Palestinian people cannot be broken, and that the movement for justice in Palestine will keep growing throughout the world. And so will the pressure to divest from the Israeli war machine and from the Israeli bonds that nurture the Zionist state-sponsored subjugation of the Palestinian people. And so my ask to this governing body is do not further enable the dehumanizing effects of the Israeli occupation and the death and destruction of the Gaza war. Take action to divest. Thank you.
Matthew Haberbush.
Hello.
Mr. Haberbush, is your microphone on?
Okay.
Thank
Sorry
you.
about that. Okay. Hi, my name is Matt Haberbush. I'm a member of Cleveland DSA, but I do not speak on behalf of Cleveland DSA. I live in Cleveland, District 2. I just moved from Cleveland Heights, and I went to school at Case a few years ago, and I grew up in Amherst, Ohio, where growing up as a child, I heard the fire station siren go off every evening, at least in the summertime, and it wasn't until 2020 that I realized what a sundown town was. Now they no longer do that, and a more positive Amherst experience was when a retired teacher who was fired for being gay in the 80s by the Amherst school system legally recognized me while I was lifeguarding and I mentioned Pride Club quietly, and he said, "Say it a little louder." And I did. And he said, "If you don't stand up for yourself, no one else will stand up for you." Well, I have seen my Palestinian neighbors stand up for themselves, and I stand with them. Council, please reintroduce or introduce new legislation once again to resolve to no longer invest in foreign governments. I'm a gay man, a queer person, and looking back at history, I understand that my safety does not come from our police state, but from solidarity with all oppressed peoples, including Palestinian people under Israel's apartheid state. If our leaders here in this country are not taking action to save lives over in Gaza through removing their own easily identifiable, easily quantifiable financial support, why should we believe that they are interested in protecting human life here? Please talk to your legal director and your many legal assistants and draft a new firm resolution committing to no longer investing in foreign states. We need to divest and de-escalate the violence we are responsible for. Council, you are responsible. Please continue to take action. Thank you.
Reverend Ed E. Regis Bush.
Good evening, Council. It is good to be black. It's good to be here. My name is Reverend Regis Bunch, and I want to call out and speak to the racism that has been prevalent in this meeting. I think as we are embarking on Juneteenth tomorrow, it is to be reminded that it's not more chains or more guns or more white supremacy that makes us free. It's when we can come together and lay down every gun, lay down every bomb, lay down every ego, lay down all that stuff that makes us want to be more right or more dominant over somebody else. We are reminded that we come together and we love one another. If anybody should know that, it should be black folks and it should be Jewish folks. But however, black folks, we've been under this domination of U.S. colonialism for a long time, so we don't have a chance at bigger guns to kill our colonializers. But however, the white Jewish folks in this room, you are given the bigger guns. And you are choosing to murder folks. You are choosing to lobby people, to lobby governments, to fund more genocide. But my Bible tells me that the lion will lay down with the lamb, and the wolf will lay down with the sheep. The cow and the bear shall graze together. Not the person with the bigger tank killing little kids in Rafah. Genocide is not the order of today. Juneteenth tomorrow reminds us freedom and liberation and love for everybody ought to be the agenda item of every agenda in the world today. It's good to be black because people who look like me stood up for me. And Cheryl Stevens, I want you to keep on crying. I don't care how many Sonny Simon tears try to override your tears, you keep on crying. Because it was your tears that made us think about what it means to fund a genocide. You keep on crying. Don't let one more white tear or one more white sense of criticism stop you. It's your tears are like my grandma's tears, so many other tears that cried our way into freedom. And thank you for crying, because you are being heard and being loved, because when you're crying, everybody else doesn't give a crap. But thank you for crying. And people of Cuyahoga County, we're going to keep coming back. No rules are going to stop us. We have a First Amendment right to do this. Is our most nonviolent right. It's to open up our big black mouths and say something. Free Palestine. Thank you.
Steve Norris.
Hi, my name is Steve Norris, and I'm speaking again today.
Mr. Norris, is your microphone on?
I think so, yes.
I can hear you now.
All right, yes. I'm speaking again in favor of Resolution 208 and asking that Council strengthen it, not just to refrain from new investments in Israel bonds, but permanently divest from all foreign bonds. Israel bonds support the ongoing death and destruction in Gaza. There's another Israel connection causing damage, this time undermining democracy in the United States. IPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, committed to spending $100 million this election cycle opposing candidates who aren't strong Israel supporters. This leads candidates to be silent about Israeli atrocities in Gaza. IPAC entities particularly targeted the Squad, who are supportive of campaign finance reform, voting rights, and replacing gerrymandering with fair districts. IPAC donors include Republican billionaires like hedge fund manager Paul Singer, who gave Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito a free luxury vacation and later had cases at the court. IPAC is not just working to defeat progressive Democrats, it's also supporting Republicans who voted against certifying the 2020 election. DMFI, the dark money group Democratic Majority for Israel, spent big attacking Representative Rashida Tlaib, Congress's only Palestinian-American member and critic of the Israeli war in Gaza. Since the Supreme Court ruled money equals speech, the volume of IPAC attack ads drowns out other voices. Money in politics is soaring every election cycle, with the majority coming from super wealthy individuals, super PACs, and dark money groups. Simply passing disclosure won't be enough to counter the Supreme Court rulings granting corporations constitutional rights and allowing unlimited money to be spent as free speech. For that, we need the We the People Amendment, HJR 54. I encourage everyone here to join the 500,000 citizen co-sponsors and sign online at movetoamend.org/motion. Throughout Ohio, cities have held Democracy Day hearings where people are invited to testify on the effects of corporate rule and big money politics, such as IPAC attacking critics of the war in Gaza. I'm inspired by many giving testimony today. Thankfully, ending Cuyahoga County's investments in Israel bonds can be passed by council, and I call on you to permanently divest from foreign bonds. Thanks.
Shireen Nasser.
Hello, my name is Shireen Nasser. It's my birthday today. If my family hadn't been displaced by the Israeli occupation, I'd probably be with my 7 siblings in my mom's kitchen in Berzeit having kak with my whole extended family. Instead, my family's scattered across the globe from California to New York to Australia, and I'm here in front of you because someone coveted my beautiful family home and stole it. There are people here wearing ribbons representing the Israeli hostages, who we all want to see return safely to their families. But I am wearing a skin that I share with 4,000 Palestinians abducted by the Israeli military and held indefinitely, their families not knowing where they are. One of them is my 24-year-old cousin. The last woman detainee to be released by Israel had to have both of her legs amputated because of the torture she endured at the hands of the IDF, and the money that we put into Israel bonds pays for it. The reason for my displacement, for my family's scattering, for my cousin's abduction, for my people's torture is the state of Israel and the racist institutions that help maintain it. Why does my voice matter less? Why is my family not worth $16 million to you all? Why is the relationship with the over 20,000 Palestinians living in Cuyahoga County not important to you too? The answer is really quite easy. Racism and the constant dehumanization and othering of Palestinians. But I'm not only here today as a Palestinian, I am also here as an American. It is absolutely wild to me as a taxpayer that Chris Rounine can go on a full paid trip to Israel, but we're getting told that speaking up against the murder of 15,000 children is divisive. What's divisive is our county executive continuing to pour money into a military system where there's a robust body of evidence, including from its own soldiers, that it uses famine, rape, and torture as weapons against Palestinians, including children. What is divisive is the Jewish Federation representatives in here recycling the same dehumanizing, racist rhetoric they've always used to silence Palestinian and anyone who speaks out against apartheid, ignoring the impact of over 75 years of displacement and oppression of Palestinians. You know who isn't divided? The beautiful intersectional community coming out here week after week in the hundreds demanding we stop investing in foreign debts. This is getting ridiculous. There are American children in this room wearing shirts representing a violent foreign military. The Israeli military isn't a sports team. And this county's investments in foreign countries invest in our community here at home.
Nima Humani. Nima Humami.
Good afternoon, or good evening. My name is Nima Humami. I'm a resident of Strongsville. I have an undergraduate degree in economics from the University of Illinois and a graduate degree in economics from Cornell University. I say this because an economist had come up here a short while ago alleging that when Harvard divested from fossil fuels, it had this huge impact on the performance of their endowment portfolio. I want to say I was not able to track down the study he cited, and I'm personally skeptical of his claims, since fossil fuels constituted less than 2% of Harvard's endowment portfolio. In fact, a meta-analysis of socially responsible investment funds published just this week in the European Financial Management Journal found that socially responsible investment portfolios neither outperform nor underperform conventionally managed investment portfolios. So I just want to put that out there. I also want to say that for the previous speaker who said that Israel bonds are the only kinds of foreign bonds that can be invested in, that's incorrect. And I would encourage you to look at the Ohio Revised Code, Section 3925, subsection 8. Any foreign bond denominated in U.S. dollars with a credit rating of 1 by the Security Evaluations Office is eligible for investment eligible for investment by the county. That includes Israel bonds, Chinese bonds, Emirati bonds, etc. We just choose to invest in Israeli bonds. So, for my prepared remarks, Executive Rounine, we are asking you to stop financing Israeli war crimes by ending investments in all foreign bonds. Not only that, we are asking you to shift those investments in foreign bonds into places where they can serve the local community, like in municipal bonds. Less than 3% of Cuyahoga County's investment portfolio is currently made up by municipal bonds. These bonds provide vital funding for local infrastructure improvements, schools, and hospitals. By leveraging this billion-dollar investment portfolio we have to invest more in municipal bonds, we will, in the short run, help local institutions meet their cash flow needs, and in the long run, lower the borrowing costs for these institutions by stimulating demand for their bonds. Using Cleveland as an example, the city is budgeted to spend $91.6 million on debt expenditures in 2024, which is a 5% increase from 2023 and a 10% increase from 2022. $33.3 million of that $91.6 million is specifically to pay for the interest that has accrued on this debt. If a large investor like Cuyahoga County, a large institutional investor, were to invest in Cleveland municipal bonds, and that lowered the city's borrowing costs by just 1%, the city would have saved $330,000 on budgeted debt expenditures in 2024. The cost savings to taxpayers from investing locally are very significant. Moreover, the bond yield for Cleveland municipal bonds is 5%. Which is a lot more than what U.S. bonds can offer. So by investing locally, the county is getting a competitive return on its investment, meeting the cash flow needs of local institutions, and generating cost savings for taxpayers. It's a no-brainer that keeping our money in the community is good for the community. Please, Executive Rounine, stop putting Israel's needs ahead of Cuyahoga County's, end our investment overseas, and keep that money here at home. Thank you.
Jason Smith.
Cuyahoga City Council. My name is Jason Smith, and I'm here speaking on behalf of Friends of the Bridegroom Ministries, which is under the leadership of Pastor Stone in Garfield Heights, with residents in Cleveland, Cleveland Heights, Garfield Heights, Twinsburg, and other cities. As a ministry and congregation, we support and invest in Israel bonds. Not only does this tool allow us the opportunity to teach our offspring and young people financial responsibility and saving, it provides the opportunity for us as parents, students, and shepherds to display our love and care for them by investing in their future. In addition, this financial tool provides the ability to instill within their character care and compassion for others, and not to be concerned only with themselves and their well-being. It is our hope as concerned parties within Cuyahoga County that this council will not prohibit, diminish, or minimize investment in Israel bonds, as this would establish a detrimental precedent in the county and ripple effects that would hinder our use of this tool and work in opposition to the desires of this council for growth and strengthening of the city of Cleveland, Cuyahoga County, and our region of Northeast Ohio. We ask you to not move forward with Resolution R 2024-0208. Thank you.
Nicole Bourne Crow.
Hello, my name is Nicole Bourne Crow. I'm a mother, a member of Jewish Voice for Peace, and my family are longtime residents of Cuyahoga County. I want to talk a little bit tonight about grief and acknowledge the different griefs many of us are holding as we enter this space tonight. First is the grief of the Palestinian people with us here, who have lost loved ones and family in Gaza. Then there's the grief shared by anyone with an intact soul or working moral compass for the 37,372 mothers, fathers, and children lost in this genocide since October. There's the grief many of us have carried in our families since 1948, grief connected to their loss of land, home, family, loss of peace, loss of dignity, and loss of freedom. I will also acknowledge the ongoing grief of the Jewish people for the loss of millions of lives during the Holocaust and World War II. One that many of us here have spoken about and carry with us still. It's this grief that moves so many of us to be here tonight, fighting to stop another genocide. A grief that many of us didn't expect is the profound grief from the betrayal of our Jewish leaders, our Jewish institutions, our rabbis, and mainstream Judaism in general in the United States. It's the grief that comes with realizing your entire community is not who they said they were, that the faith and morals that they purported only extend towards fellow Zionists. Many Jews in the U.S. didn't know or care or understand the difference between Zionism and anti-Zionism before October. But that division has become glaringly obvious when we see Jews like myself that refuse to allow a genocide to be waged in the name of our safety. And then you have Jews in this country who are here tonight talking about money and investments and anti-Semitism cloaked as colonialism. There's the grief of having your own community move against you, the grief of disagreement being called anti-Semitic, the grief of being called derogatory terms like capo, or having our Jewishness questioned or picked apart by the very community that raised many here tonight. This is the weight of what so many of us are carrying in this room tonight. Just so we're clear that this is not just about bonds or investments. I'm not a financial person, and honestly, I will never be the type of person who talks about dollars when an entire country is being slaughtered and starved and decimated. I am here tonight to ask you to stop investing in a war machine. Stop investing in the creation of more grief and more loss. Choose to do good and keep the money in Cuyahoga County. Free Palestine. Thank you.
Mara Locken.
Hello, my name is Mara Lane Shock Locken, and I'm a fourth-generation Cleveland Jew living in Cleveland Heights, Ohio. My family escaped pogroms in what would become Ukraine at the turn of the last century and came to Cleveland for opportunity, and we have been here ever since. We belong to conservative and reform synagogues and temples, participated in women's and men's groups. My siblings and I have received scholarships and grants for school from this community, the community that was built off of the back of my family and families like mine. I'm here today knowing that speaking here will mean ending my family legacy. I could be blocked by the Jewish Federation. I may have my photos removed from the Cleveland Jewish News website. I might have my name scratched off the list of Hillel presidents at my university. All because I'm here today to say, not in my name. My family left the shtetl after their children were conscripted into service for the very army that was trying to destroy them in their homeland. They refused to allow their money, time, and resources to fund attacks on the ethnic and religious minority in their region, and I won't allow mine to do that either. When my fellow Jews of conscience stand up here to speak to you, we are risking our friendships, our relationships with our families. Just ask my stepdad, who's right there, Sandy, hi. But we do it anyway. We're risking our jobs, and we do it anyway. Because the social and emotional damage that we are enduring by fighting for Palestinians, by asking you to divest from the 110 years of taxes that my family has invested into this county, to divest it from the state of Israel is nothing compared to the horrors that those tax dollars are currently funding. That's why I'm here to ask you to divest, and why I say Free Palestine. Thank you.
Estelle Racken.
My name is Estelle Raskin. I'm a Jew, an immigrant, and a Cleveland resident. Tomorrow is Juneteenth, which celebrates the end of slavery, even though we know racism still persists. In 2020, County Executive Chris Ronayne ran on a platform committed to addressing the inequity of socioeconomic and racial disparities in the county. In 2020, the county also passed a resolution declaring racism as a public health crisis. Here's a quote from the resolution. Racism creates a disparity between Black and white people in nearly all aspects of people's lives, but most importantly, in healthcare, the criminal justice system, healthy food, safe and affordable housing, well-paying jobs and business ownership opportunities, quality transportation, educational opportunities, and safe places to be active, resulting in adverse health outcomes and shorter life expectancies among people of color, thus creating a public health crisis, end quote. I'm bumping into some basic contradictions here that are hard to reconcile. One of which is how to make sense of a body and a county executive who on one hand purport taking up responsibility to combat racism and on the other invests this county's tax dollars in a government that has displaced, starved, imprisoned, and brutalized Palestinian people for decades, and now does so at an unimaginable scale. Are you aware that the establishment of a Jewish state in 1948 was the result of the expulsion of 750,000 Palestinians who have not been allowed to return to their homes? Are you aware that the Israeli state maintains minority rule by oppressing and dominating Palestinians, denying them citizenship and freedom of movement, starving them with artificial food shortages, and murdering nonviolent resistors? Amnesty International, among other human rights organizations, characterizes this method of control through fragmentation, dispossession, segregation, and deprivation of economic and social rights as indicative of apartheid. I wanted to stand here today and say that I agree with your diagnosis that racism is in fact a public health crisis. Is Cuyahoga County's investment in a government that now commits heinous war crimes, slaughtering over 37,000 Palestinians since October for decades? This government has acted to oppress and control the Palestinian people, even in so-called peacetime. Is this part of your campaign to fight the public health crisis that is racism? Or is your continued investment in Israel actually in violation of your own resolution, or in the case of our county executive, a complete betrayal of your stated principles? Thank you.
Dalkas Ekman.
Good evening, Council. My name is Dallas Ekman. When Cleveland Palestine advocacy community started coming to County Council, the first thing we were met with was repeated insistence on adhering to decorum in this room. I find this extremely duplicitous after the events 2 weeks ago and today, when the cohort in opposition to the proposal to divest from Israel bonds arrived, insults and rampant Islamophobia were hurled at us with absolutely no interruption from the council. Outside in the gallery, a man who is here tonight repeatedly shouted in front of Palestinian children that there is no such thing as a Palestinian. Palestinians demanding their tax dollars no longer fund the murder of their extended families were, at this podium, labeled terrorists, which is apparently not against decorum, as it's merited no interruption. The opposition's insistence on labeling divestments as anti-Semitism is pathetic and can no longer be taken seriously. We've come to this chamber for months with a diverse body of all sectors of working people, including many Jewish people. The argument of anti-Semitism hinges on the idea that Palestinians would accept their colonization and illegal seizure of their lands if the settlers flew the flag of Islam, Buddhism, or Christianity. Just as Palestinians resisted the UK's mandate on Palestine, so do they resist their current iteration of colonial violence. It's obvious. Let's grow up. Let's also be clear that the criticisms of Israel are not reserved just to the events after October 7th or in Gaza. You'll notice the opposition today neglects to mention that the West Bank even once, or that the history of Israel's illegal occupations still goes forward. The Associated Press reported in August of 2023 that the ethnic cleansing of 3 villages in the West Bank, where Hamas has no governance. I will repeat that. Hamas has no governance in the West Bank, where ethnic cleansing is happening last year before October 7th. But this county does not seem to care, because the dollars Ronaine has approved for these purposes have, in just the past 2 weeks, led to yet another ethnic cleansing of a remote village in the West Bank. From 2005 to 2022, 5,600 Palestinians were killed in occupied territories, while the Israeli count was 250. A 20 times rate of murder is not war. It is a genocide. And that was before October 7th. Chris Ronaine, who decided to leave today, or seems to have come back but stepped out for a bit, your silence is deafening to the people of conscience in this county, and your free trips to Israel and lavish galas you were invited to by Thomas Lokshin of Israel Bonds are disgusting breaches of impartiality and call to question your allegiance to the people of this county. Do Kaya Hogan's dollars belong to us, or do they belong to lobbyists who send you on free propaganda trips and provide political favors to your election? Right now, you make a choice, with action or inaction. With action, choosing to cease future foreign securities investments, you affirm the purpose of this county chamber to serve its people. With inaction, when you have opted for the past few months, you continue to force the people of this county to invest our dollars against their will in a project of ethnic cleansing. This is not about Hamas. This is not about a pathetic lie of anti-Semitism. This is about you and how much you are willing to be bought for. And we're all watching very, very carefully.
Warda Hamda.
Hello, I'm Warda Hamdan. I'm Palestinian, and I'm a Cuyahoga County resident. When you pulled the resolution off the docket, I have to admit that you almost had me feeling despair. Keyword, almost. But the truth is, at the rate Palestinians are being slaughtered and starved, there is no time for despair and only time for hope. And hope is created. So I will stand up here and I will create hope within myself, within this room, and hopefully within all of you. Now, we show up here for the freedom of Palestine and are motivated by that hope. Us showing up is not transactional work, and I encourage you to not see it as such. We are showing up providing facts, personal stories, and showing our souls to you. See us. Please listen to us. Please listen to us. Look up from your screens and your phones. The last time that I was here and I provided public comment, I shared with you the most important piece of me, which is my family. More specifically, my beautiful and abundant baby brothers who live in Palestine. I shared with you their lived experiences, living under the occupation as children, the invasive checkpoints they have to go through to get anywhere, the presence of occupation forces literally everywhere, even their grocery stores, and the inability to travel freely to go to school. We've had other community members here outline the international law violations the government of Israel is committing. They provided education on the facts of the genocide, economic arguments proving the investment in Israel bonds is not economically stable. Thank you, Nima. We've had community members provide the moral and ethical considerations of not investing in these or any foreign bonds. And the thing is, we're not here just pitching you problems, we're pitching you solutions. And the solutions are still the same. But I'm going to directly direct my comments to County Executive Chris Ronayne when I lay out these solutions, and I'm aware that these decisions remain in your hands. So, solution one, County Executive Ronayne, can you please direct Treasurer Mr. Cromes to cease all foreign investments? Solution two, as it pertains to all investments, Executive Ronayne, do you mind developing and implementing an internal and external policy that outlines a process of transparency and oversight regarding what factors go into deciding investments the county makes in the due diligence process undergone? We want to know where our money is going, how it's going there, why it's going there. Solution three, Executive Ronayne, please ensure that legislative protection against any foreign investments into countries that commit war crimes and break international law is introduced and passed permanently. This can be a resolution, it can be an amendment, an ordinance.
Thank you.
Emily Ernst.
Good evening, Council. My name is Emily Ernst. I live in Ward 2 and I grew up in Ward 1. I'm here today with CPAC. Growing up Irish Catholic in Cleveland is a unifying experience, as I'm sure some of our council might agree. I would know that firsthand because I spent the first 18 years of my life in classes with many Kellys, Sweeneys, and Gallaghers. Some are dear family friends still. If they weren't a classmate, I played them in CYO. Folks in the West Side may know my mom's family, the Corgans. If your Irish Catholic family is anything like mine, your great-great-grandfather came to Cleveland in the mid-19th century to escape the potato famine. Through the lens of history, we know that this was not only the failure of crops, but the forced starvation of millions of Irish people by their English occupiers. If your Irish Catholic family is anything like the other side of mine, your great-grandfather came to America at the turn of the 20th century seeking economic opportunity and escaping religious persecution. But again, through the lens of history, we know that this was much more than Catholic against Protestant. The British brutalized the Irish, stole their land, and killed their family members. The British exploited them for their labor and stole their crops for the crown. And through it all, the British hoped that Irish language, culture, and politics would die. But if Irish culture was to die with them, then how are we still here? Council, I beg you to look at history and understand the starvation, the brutalization, and the land theft. You have written Israel a blank check to do the very same. You are financing the same playbook that forced our Irish ancestors from their homeland in the first place. Remember as well that when the Irish came to America, they were not welcomed. Irish need not apply, right? I hear that phrase every St. Patrick's Day, and it's a pathetic, whitewashed attempt to remind us how far we've come. How far we've come? We have assimilated into the very imperialist system that starved our families to near extinction, the very imperialist system that has dropped the equivalent of 2 nuclear bombs on Gaza. Imagine if the British government dropped a bomb on Belfast to suss out the IRA who lived among civilians and were widely known as terrorists. Shame on anyone who raises a pint of Guinness at PJ McIntyre's and doesn't remember how far we really have come. We remind you of our demands: divest from all bonds secured by Israel and other foreign nations, follow the precedent of councils before you, and call for an end to apartheid investments across Cuyahoga County. To my fellow Irish descendants in council, show your solidarity for the Palestinians. If you have touched the peace walls in Belfast like I have, you know that we are all linked to the Palestinian struggle for liberation. Our Irish heritage is much more than drinking whiskey on St. Patrick's Day. We all know that. Our heritage is about solidarity through the struggle of oppressed people everywhere. Free Palestine.
Mia Brady.
Good evening. My name is Mia Brady. I am a resident of Cuyahoga County. I live in University Heights. I am a member of Cleveland Democratic Socialists of America. I am here today to demand that the county yet again divest into the state of Israel, which has killed over 37,000 Palestinians. Last December, renowned surgeon Dr. Adnan al-Barsh, head of the orthopedic department at Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza, was arrested, along with 10 other medical workers, during the Israeli ground invasion of a Jabali refugee camp, while undertaking his duty of care to his patients. He had previously ignored calls to flee to the south of Gaza Strip out of refusal to abandon his patients. He was detained in Ofer Prison, an Israeli detention facility, where he later died in custody on April 19, 2024, after being tortured, leaving behind his wife and 6 children. His body has yet to be released by Israeli authorities. The director of Al-Shifa Hospital described al-Barsh as someone who loved life, was cheerful, and was loved by everyone. Unfortunately, Dr. al-Barsh's story is not unique. At least 493 healthcare workers from Gaza have been killed since October 7th, many of whom died in a heroic refusal to abandon their patients in the face of Israel's genocide. The Palestinian Prisoner Society has described Dr. al-Barsh's death as a part of a systemic targeting process against the healthcare system in Gaza. As of today, only 12 of the 36 hospitals in Gaza are partially functional. Medical workers are supposed to be protected under international law, a norm that Israel has continuously violated. The Zionist speakers here would like you to believe that we are singling out Israel. In reality, we are just holding Israel to the same international standards that all countries are expected to uphold. The killing of doctors is a war crime. Torture is a war crime. Bombing hospitals is a war crime. By continuing to invest in Israel, the county executive and the council is complicit in genocide. Chris, your cowardness is deafening. Until our demands for transparency and divestment have been met, we will not rest, we will not stop, and we will not go away. The people of Cuyahoga County have made it clear. We stand in solidarity with our Palestinian siblings and will not idly sit by while our tax dollars go to apartheid and genocide. From the river to the sea, free Palestine.
Carly Riggins.
Hello, my name is Carly Riggins, and I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Today, I'm going to speak to you all about the West Bank. I'm going to get ahead of the Zionists who cry Hamas and make this fact clear right away. Hamas does not operate out of the West Bank. In fact, Hamas has never operated out of the West Bank. I don't have enough time to get into all of the environmental crimes committed by the occupation, but know that a 2006 study found that Israel's improper disposal of nuclear waste in the West Bank has allowed toxic materials such as chloride, arsenic, cadmium, mercury, and lead to seep into the groundwater, leading to increased rates of disabilities, cancer, and deformities among the local population. This study has been supported by researchers as recently as 3 days ago. Since October, more than 420 Palestinians, including 133 children, have been murdered in the West Bank, and more than 5,000 have been injured. Recently, the UN human rights chief said people living in the West Bank are being subjected to, quote, day after day of unprecedented bloodshed. Israel's finance minister recently recorded and shared a video where he says to the citizens of the West Bank, quote, we will turn you into ruins like in the Gaza Strip. He goes on to blame Palestinians for the increase in violence, when in fact the vast, vast majority of attacks have been perpetrated by the Israeli military and the settlers, who have carried out raids against Palestinians nearly every day since October 7th. There is no justification for the level of violence we are seeing in Gaza, and there is certainly and inarguably no justification for the violence in the West Bank. These are the things the county is investing in. These are the things you are funding. Listen to the people. Stop investing in foreign bonds. From the river to the sea, free Palestine.
Rob Loftus.
My name is Rob Loftus, and I live in Bay Village, so Councilperson Kelly represents me. I've spoken here twice before on the need for the county to divest from in Israel bonds, and I'm here again. Each time I have emphasized the humanitarian aspect of this crisis, and I will continue to do so. 35 to 40,000 people are dead, and at least 15,000 of them are children. Over 1 million people are displaced, and everyone is starving. This could be ended if Israel let more aid in, especially through the land crossings, but they haven't, and that tells me that famine is being used as a weapon of war. As I understand it, the humanitarian crisis could also be relieved if Egypt opened its side of the border and let the people who want to flee, flee, but they don't because of the selfish interests of their ruling class. Cuyahoga County doesn't invest in Egypt, but if it did, I would object to that. I was unimpressed with a comparison much earlier on in this comment period between the war in Gaza and the 20-year Afghan war. My first thought was, well, yes, the Afghan war was an atrocity too. What next? A favorable comparison to the carpet bombing of Cambodia? Then I realized that they were comparing the toll from a 20-year war with the toll from a war that's been going on for less than a year. Supporters of the government of Israel here this time are talking about self-defense and the need to keep Jewish people safe. And I think it's important to recognize that highly militarized states that favor a particular ethnic or religious group or other group of people don't actually keep that group of people safe. This is true of a Jewish state, it would also be true of an Islamic state, and it would be true of a Christian state, like the kind that the right wing wants to set up in the United States. These states create a militarized backlash among the excluded groups, which then starts the cycle of perpetual war. Perpetual war benefits the masters of war, but not the common people. Peace comes when you have secular governments that protect the rights of all people in their territory equally. Growing up, I thought this was an uncontroversial opinion in America, but I guess I was wrong. Peace doesn't come through military strength. Peace comes through justice. Thank you.
Eric Deemer.
Hey, good evening, Council and everyone. My name is Eric Deemer. I am a Cuyahoga County resident. I live in Lakewood, and I'm a part of various organizations, but it's not that important. I just want to talk about a few things that have been said over multiple weeks of comment, more generally to this issue of the investments and whether or not that can be changed through any sort of legislation or has to be done by the county executive or the treasurer and all that. Simply put, I think the way that other folks are talking about it, it's not really an investment issue, is it? What I mean when I say that, it's literally an investment, right? Like you bought this bond, it's a piece of the sovereign debt of another country. But as multiple people have pointed out, Cuyahoga County doesn't invest in any other sovereign state's wealth, right? Like there's not this huge portfolio, like, why aren't we buying up Portuguese bonds or Peruvian bonds, Lithuanian bonds? It's not happening. So that tells me that there's something strange about this, this issue of the Israeli bonds, and why would we choose, if we're going to invest in, sovereign debt of another country, why we would choose, a small country that's basically always at war, the economy's in a free fall now. I think the reason is, as I said, it's not an investment issue. It's purely a political issue, right? It's a political and sort of a PR issue, which is, this is just a way to further bind the U.S. to Israel. It's the same thing as a birthright trip, as an Adler trip, as any sort of highly paid junket or whatever. It's to tighten the complicity, this huge garment of complicity between the two nations, to make sure there's not any daylight anywhere. It's just a way of making sure we're complicit in everything Israel does. So everything they do is like something we do. So of course we're going to defend it. They commit a genocide. It's basically us committing a genocide. So we're going to stand behind that. So it's a little bizarre, the resolution that was proffered, which is not going to happen. It was, it was accused of singling out Israel. This is literally the exact opposite. The resolution said that the Cuyahoga County should not invest in any a foreign debt of that nature, foreign sovereign debt of that nature. So, just literally, putting Israel on the same playing field. I do feel Israel is singled out, but just in the opposite way that the Zionists do. It's allowed to get away with horrible crimes and genocide, and is still supported and still invested in. So I urge you to find some way to not continue to invest in Israel and genocide. Thank you.
Tan Mei Shah.
Good evening to everyone except the supporters of the State of Israel. Today I'm going to talk about power.
Mr. Shah, if you could state your name for the record, please.
You just said it.
Could you state your name for the record, please?
Sure. Can I get 10 more seconds back? My name is Tan Mei Shah. I'm a member of Cleveland DSA, and I'm here to speak about divestment. I'm going to talk about power, hate, and complicit Chris. Just last year, it's often said that Cuyahoga County is a poor county, that we don't have a lot of money, that our folks don't get the services they need, and we've had an eroding tax base. You've heard all of this before. Just last year, the Jewish Federation of Cleveland raised more than $60 million for the State of Israel. Why wasn't that money used here? The state of Ohio has $262 million in Israeli bonds. We're talking about $16 million in bonds. This is not about money. This is about power. It always has been, and right now what we're seeing play out in this chamber is about power. You've seen us come to you for 2 months now. Where has the opposition been during that time? They've been working behind the scenes. They've been going over our heads. They've been going to the state. They've been asking them to step in instead of going through the democratic process and actually engaging in transparency and accountable politics. And some leaders have gone along with it. But remember, the people will not be divided. We're going to keep coming back, and we're going to keep asking you to do the right thing, because deep down we believe you know what it is and that you will do it. I want to briefly address hate, because that's been talked about a lot here. And I just want to flag this, because if it hasn't been clear, the 2 instances of anti-Semitism and hate have come from the supporters of the State of Israel in this room. At the last meeting, someone called a Jewish Voice for Peace member a capo. That is an offensive term to any Jewish person, and it was directed at them by another Jewish person. Just today, that individual in the blue t-shirt flipped off with their middle finger another Jewish member who spoke against the State of Israel. Thank you for revealing your true nature and the hateful things you spread. Finally, I want to address complicit Chris. What are your values? You could make this a simple process. Call a conference. Explain why you reinvested $3 million in Israel. At the least, you could meet some Palestinian constituents and hear them out and ask them what's going on. But you haven't done any of that. Are you actually accountable to the people or to the special interest groups? Free Palestine, from the river to the sea.
Michael Grimm.
Good evening. My name is Michael Grimm. I'm from Cleveland on the east side. I have 2 things I want to talk about today. First, I want to thank Councilwomen Stevens and Simon for their support. I got my degree from Case Western finally. We need to get to the bar, and good luck on that. But, so that's a point of progress. The second one is I heard a rumor that the Attorney General wrote y'all a letter. And in that letter, he said that our resolution, 0208, is illegal because of a portion of the revised code. I think it's RC 9.76. Now, I don't know if the Attorney General doesn't understand Ohio law, or if he's a liar. Could be a little column A, a little column B. Or, I've also heard another rumor that there's this hacking going on in the state of Ohio, some of our government offices. So it could be that his office got hacked and he can't Google the revised code, but I can, and I did that, and I'd like to read it to you right now. This section is pretty short. Section A is just a lot of definitions. I don't think we need to really get into that. Section B says a state agency may not enter into or renew a contract with a company for the acquisition or provision of supplies, equipment, or services, or for construction services, unless the contract declares the company is not boycotting any jurisdiction with whom the state can enjoy open trade, including Israel, and will not do so during the contract period. I don't know how that could apply to Resolution 0208. You're not contracting with anybody. No vendors, no one's supplying you construction services or anything like that. It's your investment in these bonds. So I don't think that that statute applies at all. The second thing that just springs to mind when I see this is may not. Now this is kind of dry and a little pedantic, and I hate to, actually I just graduated law school. I love to be pedantic. It's great. I'm gonna make a lot of money being pedantic, hopefully. May not is permissive. Shall not, very authoritative. If I said the Guards shall not beat the Mariners, you'd call me a negative Nancy, but that's authoritative. May not, well, they may beat them, they may not beat them. They're losing pretty badly, so I think both might be true, but I think it's important to know that this law probably just grants state agencies permission to reject a vendor because they boycott somebody. It doesn't require them to. Sadly, there's no case law on this because this law has never been challenged. These laws aren't meant to be challenged. They're not even meant to be enforced, really. They're meant to set on the books and give people an excuse to not boycott states like Israel. In reality, most of the time when these do get challenged, they get mooted out. Some legislature comes in and says, for example, in Arizona, oh, well, now you got to have 10 employees for this law to apply to you. So Mr. Law Firm who's challenging this, you only got 7 employees, it doesn't count for you anymore. So moots the case, you no longer have standing. Never get to the merits of the case. One instance where they did get to the merits, which I think is relevant, is an Arkansas law where they ended up analyzing whether it's expression or not. And I don't think anybody can honestly sit here and say that it's not an expression. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kobe Picker.
Hello, Council and County Executive. My name is Kobe Picker. I am a resident of Cleveland Heights, a member of the Jewish Voice for Peace. I'm also a member of the Cleveland Democratic Socialists of America. I would have come to the Committee of the Whole today to address you there as well. Unfortunately, I have a day job, so I couldn't make it. But what I would have said, I'll say here, please stop investing in the state of Israel and their brutal onslaught in Gaza and in the West Bank. I was a member of a Jewish youth group when I was a teenager, which left a very deep impact on my life in many good ways. But one way in which they did me a disservice is by putting me through a program, training me to avoid, redirect, and twist the words of people who are arguing in favor of Palestine. They encouraged us to never use the word Palestinian, never to acknowledge that Palestinians exist, and they encouraged us to cast this political issue as a religious issue, and specifically to call it out as anti-Semitic. I've since learned to reject all of those rhetorical techniques because they simply don't stand up to scrutiny. There is a vision for peace in the Holy Land, but it is not going to follow from that logic. That logic will only lead us down segregated roads to illegally occupied settlements. It requires us to stop imagining the existence of Palestine to be a terrible threat against our own existence. In order to find a path for peace, we need to instead recognize the legitimate rights of Palestinians to live free lives. That's something that Israel has been refusing to do, and therefore we should be divesting from Israel. We should be ceasing future investments to Israel. If a private citizen wanted to fund a genocide, unfortunately, that is something that they can already do, and they can do it without the county's help. The Jewish Federation in Cleveland alone raised $33 million in just 3 months last year in emergency funding for Israel. That's something that they currently have the legal right to do. But making the rest of us contribute to this madness and making our Palestinian residents contribute to the continued dispossession and slaughter of their families is perversely unjust. This resolution does not divide the community. It is the bloodshed that divides the community. Withdrawing the resolution, therefore, does not reduce the division. It simply leaves the county's hands dirty. Ceasing investment does not make Jews less safe. Forever war does. Stop funding this war against all Palestinians. Thank you.
Ari Finkel.
My name is Ari Finkel. I'm a Cuyahoga resident. I was not planning on speaking today, but feel that I cannot sit by quietly when I see actions that directly attack issues that I and my community hold dear. Most of my community cannot attend these meetings due to their busy schedules and family responsibilities, but I can assure you that I am not alone. I am conservative and sympathetic to the proposed withdrawal of general foreign investments. I would much rather see the county's money returned to citizens. That being said, I understand the need to invest the county's money and use these profits to fund community programs. However, to consider this most recent resolution at this moment in time was and is an obvious attempt to single out Israel. Since its inception, Israel has wanted peace and continues to seek peace. While Israel has accepted every peace deal available since its inception, Israel's requests for peace have been met with rejection and violence time and time again. Ironically, this is the exact false accusation now being lodged against Israel. It is in this vein that Israel withdrew from Gaza and attempted to allow the Palestinians living in Gaza the freedom to develop their communities. Instead of investing in their own communities, the citizens of Gaza elected Hamas a terrorist organization and have been using billions of dollars to attack Israel time and time again and have vowed to continue their attacks ad infinitum. There is not a person in this room who does not want to see peace in the Middle East. That being said, peace cannot be achieved until all hostages are released and Hamas surrenders. The idea that Israel should sit by idly while its citizens are attacked and taken hostage would amount to asking a country to surrender to a recognized terrorist organization. Many tonight have accused Israel of genocide. The Palestinian people have grown from a population of 720,000 in 1948 to 5.4 million in 2024. If Israel is attempting a genocide, then they are doing a pretty bad job. Israel continues to go above and beyond to limit civilian casualties to the best of its ability in this urban warfare environment. Israel continues to place their citizens and soldiers in jeopardy in order to limit civilian casualties. Many in Israel are deeply upset by this approach. By the numbers, Israel's terrorist to civilian death ratio is one of the best in modern history. That being said, even one dead innocent is one too many. In Judaism, there's a phrase that states that one who saves a life saves a world, the inference being that the death of one is the death of a world. This is true whether the loss of life is Jewish or Palestinian. However, in this concept, every death in this conflict is at the feet of Hamas and their supporters. A recent poll showed that 75% of Gazan citizens support October 7th and continue to support Hamas leadership. Let me be clear, this war and loss of life could have been avoided on October 8th if Hamas surrendered and released all hostages. Please reconsider these types of resolutions. The consideration of investments should be evaluated based on their merits alone, especially when it comes to a close ally that shares our Western values and morals. Thank you for your time.
Lou. The next speaker is Lou.
Good evening, everybody. All right, for people who may know me, and you know I always come here to talk about certain things. First of all, we have a nice lady coming up here talking about our county government actually declared racism as a public health crisis. However, please understand one thing. She said it word by word correctly. Only two complexions mentioned in this particular declaration. So, people from Middle East or other areas, you actually join me to be the tourist, which I can vouch, Mr. Ronet here, you can vouch that I have publicly saying that even when you were running your campaign with Cleveland Global, that event. So, but today, even we are tourists, we can all come here to express ourselves. Have we heard anybody inside of Israel making any statement different from the actions we have seen in the news? We, at least for the formality, to a certain degree, we do have a freedom of speech. However, there is a double standard. I am very against it, totally against it. If we can criticize a German Nazi, they have done horrible things to Jewish people, but we still have the freedom to celebrate Oktoberfest, right? So in this case, if we want to criticize a group of people in power going out to kill other people without good reason and making extensive damage to human lives and environment, how come it becomes anti-Semitism? Now, at the same time, I think people should understand one thing. Israel bonds is only a financial product. Don't blame it. It doesn't do anything but what it's designed to do. However, look at how our funding getting budgeted and distributed here. If we do have a good income from Israel bonds, how come we have more homeless people now? So, don't blame other people, don't blame the financial products. It's us, we should work on our own work. Don't blame other people or financial products. Thank you.
Lisa Tan.
Hello, my name is Lisa Tan and I live in Cleveland Heights. I'm a member of the Cleveland Democratic Socialists of America. I gave public comment 2 meetings ago, and since then, a resolution in response to our call for divestment in Israel bonds has been proposed and subsequently withdrawn. We are very aware of the fact that after months of our attendance fighting to see a resolution proposed, some utterly untrue statements coming from folks who wish to stop this resolution was enough to draw an immediate response from council. This is confusing because their arguments are so much less compelling. The resolution itself does not do a huge amount in the way of changing the tide of the current genocide occurring in Palestine. It simply goes to suggest we won't comfortably fund another genocide in the future. All these months now of protest have given me too much time to speculate the motivations of those who should stand to let this continue. I am constantly searching for the why and the how, that there are folks living here in Cuyahoga County who could ever spend an ounce of energy on hoping that a child dies over and over in a land across the ocean. We should not be paying for that. The kindest excuse I have found for it is the will to preserve comfort. It is protection from and denial of guilt, the fear it could be true, that their ideals have led to harm. This is what drives people to ignore violence against over 15,000 children. And I just want to share that we too have sacrificed comfort to be here today, and we will continue to do so if it means we can show solidarity for those who have suffered. They deserve to be here too. I am asking you to do the same, to sacrifice your comfort, to be brave and resolved to end foreign investments in our county, because every person in this room will benefit in the end from movement towards a more just future for the people in our community. Thank you.
Tova Mandel. Tova Mandel. Jonah Ross.
My name is Jonah Ross, and I live in Tremont and grew up in Shaker Heights. Growing up in the Cleveland Jewish community, I was instilled with a deep love of Judaism. The Jewish values I learned from JCC Preschool, Groschecter Day School, and the many Jewish extracurricular activities I took part in are things I hold dear to this day. During this time, I was also involved in Israel advocacy. Throughout my time in high school, I took part in various Israel-related programs, visited multiple times, and served as the Israel Affairs Vice President for my youth group region that included parts of 6 states. I am speaking to you now as someone who has learned a massive amount since then. I am here today as someone who is deeply disappointed in the one-sided and twisted Israel education I received as a child. I now know that when I was advocating for Israel, I was coming from a place of ignorance and misinformation, and today, as I advocate for divestment from Israel and all foreign countries, I am coming from a place of further education and a place of caring for all instead of caring for some. Every talking point brought before you tonight by those opposed to divestment is likely something I once believed. But over the past 5 years, I took the time to learn and examine what I stood for, and I discovered that my support for Israel did not align with my Jewish values. I do not know how anyone can claim to love thy neighbor as thyself while supporting our county investing in the very government and army that is destroying the homes and livelihoods of Palestinian community members, friends, and families. I do not understand how someone can think pursuing justice, tzedek, is continuing to use our tax dollars to buy weapons that Israel is using to kill people in Gaza. The story I just told you isn't unique. There are countless Jewish people across the world, some in the crowd today, who have gone through the same change of heart I have. What I want you to gain from my comment today is that you can too. Over the past 2 decades, Cuyahoga County has invested $16 million into Israeli bonds, which are essentially blank checks to Israel to act without accountability. Over the past 6 council meetings, Palestinians, Jews, and others have been detailing the horrors Israel has enacted against Palestinians, some of whom are their family members and friends, in the current genocide and over the past 75 years. Your investment in Israeli bonds make you complicit in these crimes. They make every taxpayer in this county complicit. But as I said before, you can change. I don't know if you were coming from a place of malice when you originally invested in Israeli bonds. Like me, maybe you were coming from a place of ignorance, but today you know all about the atrocities Israel has committed and continues to commit as I make this comment. You can fix your past mistakes by divesting from all foreign governments and investing instead in Cuyahoga County. Thank you.
Tyler Golias.
I'm Tyler Golias. I'm from North Olmsted, District 1, meaning Mr. Kelly there represents me. Not part of any organization, just a concerned Cuyahoga County resident. Glad to see all 11 of you present and that you take your constituents' opinions so seriously. Last time I was up here, I compared owning Israeli bonds today to owning German bonds during the Nazi Germany times. That was from a moral standpoint. Nima Homami and so many others have argued against the bonds from a financial standpoint in past meetings, and we love them for that, because it really does seem like dollars are all y'all care about. So what happened to foreign bonds under the German Reich? Well, they defaulted on payments around the mid-1930s. Then 2 decades later, in 1953, after sitting around with a cumulative rate of inflation at probably 80% if we're being generous, the London Agreement on German Foreign Debts came about. This treaty canceled 50% of Germany's debt, and those foreign bonds bought under the German Reich, those were converted into new bonds with modified conditions, terms, and interest. Imagine taking a nice haircut on that $16 million. I'm sure that's a nightmare for inspiring investors such as yourself. Apartheid South Africa defaulted on their bonds in 1985. There were a lot of negotiations, and the debt went through a lot of reschedulings. Well, that was going on. It's apartheid South Africa, you know? Until a final rescheduling of the debt was made a decade later, post-apartheid in 1994, after sitting around with a cumulative rate of inflation at 37%. And those bonds would still take 8 more years to be fully paid back in 2001. It's also a good time to mention that the boycott, divestment, and sanction campaign against apartheid South Africa is often cited as the primary reason apartheid ended. That's another massive loss once you account for inflation. Not to mention, you had your money tied up for decades. Man, I guess foreign bonds aren't always a safe investment and don't always provide the taxpayers a good solid return, eh? So German Reich and apartheid South Africa weren't good at paying back their bonds. Do y'all notice a pattern? What will be the ultimate fate of those Israeli bonds as Israel continues to block the underpaid Palestinian workers they've profited off of from entering the country? As their credit rating drops, as the sanctions tighten, the green font on your return sheet bleeds to red. Andrew Jackson's face fragments as $20 bills are systematically shredded into tiny bits of paper with no regard. The smell of seared paper fills the airs as Hamiltons wadded together are suddenly burned to a crisp without warning. Pregnant Benjamin Franklin bills are torn in two before they're even able to give birth to nominal little George Washington dollars. There are young Abraham Lincoln bills that will never have a chance to mature because the cash register they occupy caves in, instantly pulverizing them. I imagine the imagery of money being destroyed will be more effective since y'all care about money more than the people of Palestine. Janos Shialovic and many other talented speakers come up here week after week to paint vivid mental images of the atrocities Israel's committing to people, not money. Only you can prevent genocide. Free Palestine.
Georgia Gantz. Georgia Gantz. Michael Broodmo. Michael Broodmo. Skylar Urban.
Hello, my name is Skylar Urban. I'm a resident of District 5 and a teacher with the Cleveland Metropolitan School District. I'm here again to call for divestment from Israel bonds. On March 25th, the Cleveland City Council unanimously passed a ceasefire resolution calling for the end of the war in Gaza. 2 weeks ago, the resolution here was introduced for a divestment, but suddenly it's no longer being considered. How many of us do you need to actually hear call for divestment and ceasefire before you decide to represent the people that you are elected to represent? It's clear to me that you guys aren't watching what's happening in Palestine right now because anyone who has seen the images that have come out of Gaza would not still be investing in Israel. So, since you refuse to watch or acknowledge what's going on in Israel, I'll try to condense those images down to the 2 minutes or so that I have left. We've seen what it looks like when a teenage boy is run over by an Israeli tank. He was liquefied and unrecognizable as human except for his hands, which the tank missed, that were still zip-tied together. We've seen fathers carrying the bits and pieces of their children that could be scooped out of the rubble with their bare hands in grocery bags to try to give what was left of them a proper burial. We've seen mothers covered in the blood of their sons and daughters refusing to wash it away because it's the only way they can feel the touch of their children. We've seen infants reduced to skin and bones struggling to breathe because they're so malnourished due to the famine and lack of clean drinking water that is being manufactured by Israel. We've seen hospitals under siege and evacuated with the decomposed corpses of infants still hooked up to their incubators when it was finally possible to re-enter. We've seen women bound, stripped of their hijabs, and raped in front of family members before being killed or abducted. We have seen the death of infants in the aftermath of a Trojan horse massacre in the Nuseirat refugee camp with over 274 deaths and 700 injuries. Babies were found still clothed, but beheaded from the bombings and had to be buried without their heads because they couldn't be recovered from the rubble. We've seen horrors that cannot be described, especially within 3 minutes. If this is what we've seen, I can't even imagine what we haven't. Over 37,000 deaths, almost 100,000 injuries, and we're still funding this. You guys are supposed to represent the residents of Cuyahoga County, yet you continue to allow your interests to come first instead of the voice of the people. County elections are only a few months away, and the people of Cuyahoga County will have our voices heard and ensure that our council represents us. We refuse to allow our tax dollars to continue to pay for the Israeli military. We refuse to fund a genocide, and we refuse to support the representatives that do. Ceasefire now, divestment now, Palestine forever.
Celia DeWolf.
Good evening, Mr. President and council members. Thank you for the opportunity and your patience. I want to wish an Eid Mubarak to all the Muslim citizens of Cuyahoga. My name is Celia DeWolf, and I'm a citizen of the Cuyahoga County. I grew up in Mexico and moved to Israel at the age of 18. As a Mexican in Israel, I was always a minority, just like my Muslim friends Marwa, with whom I studied architecture, or Professor Sakran, the surgeon who operated my husband, and who is the head of the largest medical societies in Israel. Despite our diverse backgrounds, we never felt different because we all had the same rights and responsibilities as any other citizens in our flourishing country. The reason why I decided to talk today is to show that by disinvesting from all investments in Israel, the county is not changing anything in the ground in Israel, nor in the lives of the Palestinians of Gaza. But it is, on the contrary, impacting the financial status of the county, including all of its citizens, independent of their backgrounds and religion. When the BDS wants to boycott Israel and tries to force organizations such as this county to follow this, we found ourselves in this situation where we're in this afternoon or evening, fighting amongst the citizens of Cuyahoga. This is not supposed to be. Jews and not Jews have lived for many years in peace and harmony with one another, and we should do our best to keep this unchanged. To conclude, I would like to share why and how I came to Cleveland after 20 years living in Israel. My family and I moved to the US for work, and after months of research, we chose Cleveland for its quality of life. Cuyahoga County met all our criteria: respect for minorities, including the Jewish community, and safe for our children. We were also drawn to the respect for women, especially those leaders, the ones with positions who represent us. Not all women have the merit and opportunity for leadership. And I trust that the women and men in this panel will not let us down. Thank you very much.
Bernard Cotton.
Good evening. My name is Bernard Cotton. I've been a resident of Beechwood in Cuyahoga County for 50 of my 84 years. I applaud the wisdom and the courage of the council for withdrawing the resolution that's been discussed tonight. I wasn't going to say any more tonight, but after listening to all the rhetoric that's been going on, I felt how to say a little more. The statements I've heard have reminded me very much of the propaganda in Nazi Germany, which preceded the Holocaust. And it makes me scared as a Jew and wondering what's going to be happening here. My original family were in Lithuania. While the family that remained in Lithuania, there were 3 families comprising 12 people. They were marched out by the Lithuanian fascists 2 days before the Nazis came to occupy their town of Pusalot. And I wonder what is going to happen in this country. So that's terrifying, and I think that part of the protection of Jews worldwide is to ensure that the existence of the state of Israel continues. Now, we've heard a lot about the tragic destruction of the Palestinian community, and it is tragic. Unfortunately, this is the price that one pays in a war when you are part of a human shield and no one knows any other way of dealing with it. It's tragic. What's even more tragic, all of this could have been ended very quickly with the release of all the hostages and the current Hamas government going into exile, and no Palestinians or no more Palestinians would have been killed. But instead, we're having months and months of this slaughter because hostages are not freed and the perpetrators of horrors don't leave the country. So I think that's a tragic situation. And as far as anti-Semitism, people have said all sorts of things about anti-Semitism, but the classic tropes of Jews with their power and money have been very visible this evening. As the Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sacks said, first they came for our religion, then they came for us as a race, and now they're after us as a nation state. So, Am Yisrael Chai.
Sarah Fadala. Sarah Fadala.
Bismillah. My name is Sada Fadlallah, and I come here again to repeat our simple requests. Invest our money in our community, create an oversight committee to handle future investments, and remain transparent with Cuyahoga County residents on decision-making steps to invest our hard-earned tax dollars. Simply, we are here to ask how we can effectively reach our goal, to stop sending our money outside of our community when we have plenty of need right here in Cuyahoga County. While Councilmembers Stevens and Kelly commendably tried to begin the discussion to reinvest in our cities, their efforts were berated so extensively the resolution was pulled. Furthermore, discussions with Executive Ronayne imply his influence over these decisions only reaches so far. I'm tired of conflicting accounts on who decides what, and I'm furious with the floundering I'm seeing regarding who has what agency. Our privilege here gives us the potential to be real change makers who can save thousands of lives. The longer we discuss and host dialogue, the more the Palestinians endure, and their destruction is not put on pause while we mull over our decisions. The opponents of this resolution and reinvesting locally have spewed nonsense, glossing over the way our taxes are being used by genocidal settler Israel. We request that our taxes, the taxes that we pay, remain in our community, not be used to actually kill people. Whenever you have doubts on taking a stance, and I'll give this advice to council as a whole, but predominantly to decision maker Ronayne, see which side has killed more children and know that that's the side worth opposing with every fiber of our beings as humans, not support with millions in bonds. Every week we come to you to urge every single one of you to make as much noise as this very clearly demands, and yet resolutions are introduced, 2 weeks go by and suddenly the resolution is withdrawn. This marionette act is becoming ever clearer, that strings are being pulled, back channels used, and we are tired of it. We are enraged by it. We come to you through your front doors and ask our demands be met, and our opponents have only recently begun to address you as the officials meant to help and represent us. Keep our money here, wash our hands of the destruction we have funded, and start anew without ties to morally corrupt agents, free Palestine, and reinvest in Cuyahoga County. Thank you.
Akshay Singh. Akshay Singh.
Good evening, Council. My name is Akshay Singh. I am a member of Starbucks Workers United. You've heard a lot. I'm second to last. Lucky y'all. I want to first start off by thanking my councilwoman for showing her clarity, her bravery, and principles with the introduction of this divestment letter from any foreign governments. That should be noted. I talked to you a couple weeks ago, but just gonna say what is on my mind. We moved my partner at the time back from Pittsburgh in 2019. They weren't at work services at the Tree of Life when it was attacked, but they worshipped there. We moved them back the following summer. I have been, I've watched members of the Jewish community that I've joined. I grew up in Solon, but have become a Reconstructionist for the last several years. And I've watched as my community's been derided for standing up for basic human rights. Something that, divestment shouldn't be called out as such. Dale Miller is someone who put together a divestment bill in 2006 from Sudan when Darfur crisis was happening. No one was calling Dale Miller anti-Sudanese for this action. In the 80s, it's as if we were investing right now in the Afrikaner government. That's the only comparison I can have is if we were doing that in the 80s and making this choice. When nations across the world can stand up to show their values, and communities right now have the opportunity to speak to their values. And I don't believe that we should be investing in apartheid. I don't believe we should be investing in segregation, let alone the violence that we've been seeing, that the International Criminal Court has been able to identify. I don't need to be doing that for you. In the last 30 seconds I also have a master's in finance. It took about 5 seconds to be able to find that property assessed clean energy bonds, for example, can get 5 to 10% returns on your investment. That takes 2 seconds. I don't need the master's in finance to be able to tell you that. But this isn't a matter of financial investment. And if y'all want to make a return for the county, you can invest in clean energy here. That's a choice. Free Palestine.
Adnan Reddy. Adnan Reddy.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Adnan Reddy. I'm a resident of Shaker Heights, County District 9. So in middle school, I was told I was part of Al-Qaeda. Then in high school, they told me I'm part of ISIS. Now, apparently, I'm supporting Hamas. If y'all in the crowd could help me join a couple more groups here, I think if I get to 5, I get a free sticker. That being said, I'm still waiting for Saudi to fund my flight lessons. Being serious though, over the past few weeks, I've heard so much about the special relationship Cuyahoga County shares with the nation of Israel. This county is invested in 2 nations, the United States, Israel. Why does Israel deserve to share the same relationship we have with our own government? When we invest in the United States, we get the money back with interest. But in the meantime, it's not just like the money disappears. It comes back to our county in the form of funding for education, the research being done in our universities, hospitals, the infrastructure that connects our county to the rest of the country. Instead, we're purchasing Israeli bonds. They use the money to destroy civilian infrastructure, to destroy hospitals. And now we have some public officials suggesting that once an Israeli bond matures, the money can't even be recovered. Because let's be clear, this is exactly what our proposal entails. Allow a bond to reach maturation, collect the county's money, don't reinvest. Is this illegal? Is Israel some kind of financial black hole where the money goes in and then it just never comes out? If that's the case, this investment of $16 million sounds less like an investment, more just like a $16 million loss. I've heard today that this is a quote, excellent investment. And where's the proof? Where are the numbers? We show up here week after week, we bring the data. It just doesn't add up. I heard another speaker today mention that he's taking a stand against bullying. Really, I'd like to invite him, as well as you all in council, to take a stand against apartheid. Other speakers, they're uncomfortable in this room, but apparently are perfectly comfortable with the killing of women, children, innocents. Look, the facts are clear. Cuyahoga County has invested in a war between terrorists and Palestine, and we're on the wrong side. Look, alhamdulillah, we're at the end of public comment now. So let's bring this full circle back to the beginning of the meeting. This meeting began, as every meeting begins, with the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm not even the first one to mention this today, but it seems everybody's just collectively forgot that the pledge is to one nation under God, like not two, one. So, Cuyahoga County Council, which nation are you serving? Thank you. Free Palestine.
Council President, that concludes the public comment portion for tonight's meeting.
Okay. All right. Okay. So at this time, we'll have a motion to excuse our council members Martin Sweeney and Mike Byrne.
So moved.
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor of excusing, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Can we have a motion to approve our minutes as printed on today's agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. At this moment, we'll have messages from our county executive.
Thank you, Council President, members of council. I'll be brief. Just want to do congratulate our city on its Saturday, Juneteenth event this past Saturday night, and wish everybody a good Juneteenth this Wednesday. I'm proud that our county, with our nation, celebrates this holiday, and wish our workers and our families and our citizens well on Juneteenth. I wanted to also say that belated Father's Day to the fathers here in the room today, but I also wanted to say that the County Fatherhood Initiative is going strong. I know you were the keynote speaker, Council President. I kicked off the morning, and others of council were there. It's really impressive what has happened with the Fatherhood Initiative over 20 years in this county, and kudos to our continued investment in reconnecting families through the Fatherhood Initiative. I wanted to also just orient you sometime this week to the article that was run today on the Freshwater Institute. We're off to a healthy start, and I'm looking forward to working with you on continuing to draw education, attention, access, advocacy, and economic development in a non-extractive way to our Great Lakes and freshwater. I think we have a story to tell out of this region. We'll continue to do that. So, good article today in the Cleveland.com, and Pete Krause did a nice job on it if you can take a look at it. I want to thank our finance team, our fiscal office that we enjoy here at Cuyahoga County because of their professionalism. They ran a terrific first quarter, second quarter programming on great estates, the sexennial public meetings to talk about reappraisal and what citizens can expect and avail themselves to questions. Between those two things, the great estates and sexennial meetings, I think we've been intentional about an effort to educate, be outward-facing, and efficient in the government. I appreciate today's and hopefully an ongoing discussion and deliberation on the 501 legislation. I want to encourage us to continue to think about this as a we trying to efficiently run this government. And I'm happy to sit with any one of you to take questions about the intentionality of what Director Porter brought forth today, but we'll get there, and I appreciate your consideration and ongoing hearings. Finally, I want to orient you to two things. One, I'm probably stealing Councilwoman Simon's thunder, but she's got her Veg Fest this weekend on Saturday, and is it coming up Saturday?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
June 22nd, Saturday, Cleveland Convention, Huntington Convention Center.
Awesome.
Thanks a lot.
Great idea. And if you can squeeze in two events on the same day, which I'm hoping to do as well, is there's a free tour of the Veterans Memorial Bridge, thanks to our Public Works team who've been working around the clock to make that happen. It's also Friday night, 4 to 11 and 12 to 11 on Saturday. You'll see a pretty dramatic arts installation, free tours, intentionally held on the weekend of River Day, June 22nd. 55 years ago, the Cuyahoga River burned and is returning, and hoping someday to celebrate a fabulous park and commuter throughput, bike and pedestrian facilities in the sky with the Veterans Memorial Bridge. Thanks, Mr. President. That's all I have.
Thank you. Legislation introduced by council, consideration of a resolution of council for first reading adoption under suspension of rules. Can I have a motion to suspend the rules?
Mr. President, I move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Probably moved in second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0224, providing for the appointment of Laura Black as Research and Policy Analyst to serve the Council of Cuyahoga County.
Trevor?
Good evening, council members. Trevor McAleer, County Council staff. This resolution will approve the hiring of Laura Black as the Research and Policy Analyst, which is the position vacated since Jim Boyle retired. As a reminder to the council, we had 28 applicants for the position. 7 candidates were interviewed in the first round, and then 2 candidates were interviewed in the second round. Council members that were on the interview panel ultimately selected Laura to fill the vacancy. Laura has a Bachelor of Arts and JD from Case Western Reserve. She has worked at the Board of Elections, the Clerk of Courts, and the Metro Health System in various roles, most recently as the Chief of Staff at Metro Health Hospital. If approved this evening, Laura will start on July 1st.
All right. Move to adopt. Is there a second? Second. Probably moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Consideration of resolutions of council for first reading and referral to committee.
Resolution 2024-0225, awarding a total sum not to exceed $75,000 to the Crew Foundation for the Skill Up, Crew Up initiative from the District 8 ARPA Community Grant Fund.
This item will be referred to the Community Development Committee.
Resolution 2024-0226, awarding a total sum not to exceed $10,000 to Women of God Outreach Ministries, Inc. for the Socks for Souls project from the District 9 ARPA Community Grant Fund.
This item will be referred to the Education, Environment, and Sustainability Committee.
Resolution 2024-0227, adopting various changes to the Cuyahoga County Non-Bargaining Classification Plan A through F.
This item will be referred to HR.
Resolution 2024-0228, adopting various changes to the Cuyahoga County Non-Bargaining Classification Plan A through J.
This item will also be referred to the Human Resources Appointments and Equity Committee. Committee reports and consideration of resolutions of council for second reading.
Resolution 2024-0198, awarding a total sum not to exceed $10,000 to Ashbury Community Services, Inc. for the Digital Aviator Program from the District 7 ARPA Community Grant Fund.
All right, we have a proposed substitute with this item.
Yes.
Trevor McAleer, if you'd like to present.
Good evening again, Council. Trevor McAleer, County Council staff. Before you is a proposed substitute that would increase the total award amount from $10,000 to $20,000. The breakdown of the $20,000 would be $15,000 from the District 7 ARPA Community Grant Fund and $5,000 from the District 9 ARPA Community Grant Fund.
Councilman Conwell, do you have anything?
No, I just wanted to move to adopt to accept the proposed substitute, and I guess it stays in second reading.
All right, properly moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Again, any further discussion? No further discussion on the proposed substitute. Then this item will move to the July 2nd council agenda for consideration for third reading adoption.
Mr. President,
Councilman.
we need a vote of ayes and nays on
Yes.
accepting the substitute.
Thank you. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0199, awarding a total sum not to exceed $5,000 to the Building and Leveraging Opportunities Foundation for the purpose of providing 60 bicycles to Warrensville City Schools from the District 9 ARPA Community Grant Fund.
This item will move to the July 2nd council agenda for consideration for third reading adoption.
Resolution 2024-0200, awarding a total sum not to exceed $250,000 to CHN Housing Capital for the Down Payment Assistance Program from the District 10 ARPA Community Grant Fund.
This item will also move to the July 2nd council agenda for consideration for third reading adoption. Committee report and consideration of a resolution of council for second reading adoption under suspension of rules. Can I have a motion to suspend Rule 9D?
Mr. President, I move to suspend that rule.
Second.
Moved and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. The rules are suspended.
Resolution 2024-0179, adopting various changes to the Cuyahoga County Non-Bargaining Classification Plan.
Move to adopt. This legislation was brought forth by the PRC to make various changes to the class plan. I ask for your support of this legislation.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Consideration of an ordinance of council for first reading and referral to committee.
Ordinance 2024-0007, amending 804.01 of the Cuyahoga County Code to modify the scholarship provisions of Component 2 of the Educational Assistance Program.
This item will be referred to the Education, Environment, and Sustainability Committee.
Mr. President,
Councilman.
may I please have my name added?
Let's add Councilman Miller's name.
Thank you.
Committee report and consideration of an ordinance of council for second reading.
Ordinance 2024-0006, amending Section 704.01 of the Cuyahoga County Code to extend the additional delinquent tax and assessment collection fee from December 31st, 2025 to December 31st, 2030.
This item will move to July 2nd council agenda for consideration for third reading adoption. Legislation introduced by executive. Consideration of resolutions for first reading adoption under suspension of rules. Can I have a motion to suspend Rule 90 and 12A?
Mr. President, I move to suspend those rules.
Second.
All those in favor of suspending the rules, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0229, amending the 2024-2025 biennial operating budget for 2024 by providing for additional fiscal appropriations, appropriation transfers, and cash transfers.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Mr. President, my colleagues, this resolution is a regular fiscal agenda of budget amendments. The answers to our questions to OBM are on your desks. Most items are routine appropriations and closeouts of grants, transfers, and corrections. 3 items are notable. $1,700,000 is appropriated for assigned council fees, and we expect to receive 85% reimbursement from the state. 3 items totaling $296,996 are required to enable the Board of Elections to prepare for the November election. The expenses involve electronic poll books, meeting federal and state cybersecurity directions, and transitional expenses related to the move to new facilities. I recommend passage on first reading suspension.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0230, approving a collective bargaining agreement between Cuyahoga County and the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 18S, representing approximately 18 employees in 5 classifications from the Cuyahoga County Department of Public Works for the period May 1st, 2024 through April 30th, 2027.
Second.
This item was previously discussed in executive session, and I ask for my colleagues' support. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Council President, may I have a clarification? Who's second?
Second was by
Turner.
Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Consideration of resolutions for first reading and referral to committee.
Resolution 2024-0231, confirming the county executive's appointment of Linda Johannick to serve on the Alcohol, Drug Addiction, and Mental Health Services Board of Cuyahoga County for an unexpired term ending June 30th, 2027.
This item will be referred to the Human Resources, Appointments, and Equity Committee.
Resolution 2024-0232, confirming the county executive's appointment of Matthew P. Carroll to serve on the Alcohol, Drug Addiction, and Mental Health Services Board of Cuyahoga County for the term July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2028.
This item will be referred to the Human Resources, Appointments, and Equity Committee.
Resolution 2024-0233, confirming the county executive's reappointment of Dr. Deborah A. Abbott to serve on the Cuyahoga County Archives Advisory Commission for the term December 1st, 2023 through November 11th, 2027.
This item will also be referred to the Human Resources Committee.
Resolution 2024-0234, confirming the county executive's reappointment of Keith A. Peppers to serve on the Cuyahoga County Archives Advisory Commission for the term December 1st, 2023 through November 30th, 2027.
This item will also be referred to the Human Resource Committee.
Resolution 2024-0235, confirming the county executive's appointment of Chief Calvin Williams to serve on the Cuyahoga County Diversion Board for the term March 1st, 2024 through February 28th, 2027.
This item will also be referred to the Human Resources Committee.
Resolution 2024-0236, authorizing an amendment to a contract with Blue Technologies, Inc. for enterprise-wide print management goods and services for the period October 1st, 2019 through September 30th, 2024, to extend the time period to September 30th, 2026, and for additional funds in the amount not to exceed $2,082,811.16.
This item will be referred to the Public Works Procurement and Contracting Committee.
Resolution 2024-0237, making an award on requisition 14230 to Shermer Construction LLC in the amount not to exceed $1,609,858.50 for pier repairs on West 150th Street Bridge, number 01.94, over Chatfield Avenue, Greater Cleveland Regional Transit Authority, Norfolk Southern Railroad, and Emory Road Extension in the city of Cleveland.
This item will be referred to the Public Works Procurement and Contracting Committee.
And Councilmember Miller has asked that his name be added as a sponsor. Resolution 2024-0238, authorizing an amendment to a Casino Revenue Fund loan agreement with the City of Euclid for the benefit of Phase 2 of the Waterfront Improvement Plan by extending the loan maturity date from July 8th, 2034 to July 8th, 2039.
This item will be referred to the Community Development Committee.
Resolution 2024-0239, authorizing an emergency rental assistance 2 loan to Gordon's Crossing LP or its designee in the amount not to exceed $600,000 for a mixed-use real estate redevelopment project located at the intersection of East 101st Street and Woodward Avenue in the city of Cleveland.
This item will be referred to the Community Development Committee.
Resolution 2024-0240, making awards to various municipalities in the total amount of $600,000 for various projects or programs in connection with the fiscal year 2024 Community Development Block Grant Program for the period March 12th, 2024 through December 31st, 2024 for items A through D.
This item will be referred to the Community Development Committee.
President, could I have my name added to that, please?
Let's add Councilman Pat Kelly's
Turner.
name and Councilwoman Meredith Turner's name.
Duly noted. Resolution 2024-0241, making an award on a purchase order to the Metro Health System in the amount not to exceed $1,080,000 for reimbursements of off-site medical services for inmates for the period May 9th, 2024 through January 31st, 2025.
This item will be referred to the Public Safety and Justice Affairs Committee. And Madam Clerk, if you would add my name to Resolution 240 as well.
Thank you. Resolution 2024-0242, making an award on requisition 14199 to Galls LLC in the amount not to exceed $875,000 for furnishing uniforms for correction officers, corporals, sergeants, and lieutenants for the period January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2027.
This item will be referred to the Public Safety and Justice Affairs Committee.
Resolution 2024-0243, submitting a grant agreement among Say Yes Cleveland and Cleveland Now Greater Cleveland, Inc. in the amount not to exceed $1,600,000 for administration and fiscal agent services for the Say Yes Cleveland program for the period July 16th, 2024 through July 15th, 2025.
This item will be referred to the Education, Environment, and Sustainability Committee.
Resolution 2024-0244, authorizing an amendment to a master contract with various providers for the Comprehensive Case Management Employment Program, Employment Education and Training Services for young adults for the period April 1st, 2022 through October 31st, 2024 for additional funds in the amount not to exceed $800,461 effective May 1st, 2024 for items A through B.
This item will be referred to the Education, Environment, and Sustainability Committee.
Resolution 2024-0245, authorizing a sole source contract with Enterprise Community Partners, Inc. in the amount not to exceed $770,000 for direct client services assisting low-income families with free tax preparation, financial counseling, legal advocacy, outreach, and education services for the period July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2026.
This item will be referred to the Health, Human Services, and Aging Committee. Committee reports and consideration of resolutions for second reading.
Resolution 2024-0192, authorizing an economic development loan to Jumpstart Evergreen Fund 4, LLC, in the amount not to exceed $2 million for the Jumpstart Evergreen Fund.
This item will move to the July 2nd council agenda for consideration for third reading adoption.
Resolution 2024-0202, adopting the annual alternative tax budget for the year 2025.
This item will move to the July 2nd council agenda for consideration for third reading adoption.
Resolution 2024-0203, authorizing the issuance and sale of County of Cuyahoga, Ohio Economic Development Revenue Bonds, Series 2024A, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame Expansion Project, in a principal amount not to exceed $50 million, providing for the pledge of non-tax revenues of the county for the payment of such bonds.
This item will move to the July 2nd council agenda for consideration for third reading adoption.
Resolution 2024-0222, authorizing a revenue-generating agreement with the City of Cleveland in the amount not to exceed $871,500 for the operation of the Family Justice Center located at 75 Erie Plaza in the City of Cleveland for the period January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2027.
This item will move to the July 2nd council agenda for consideration for third reading adoption. Committee reports and consideration of resolutions for second reading adoption under suspension of rules. Can I have a motion to suspend the rules?
President, I move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0154, confirming the county executive's reappointment of Dr. Barbara Gripshover to serve on the Cuyahoga Regional HIV Prevention and Care Planning Council and is for the term April 1st, 2024 through March 31st, 2027.
Move to adopt. Mr. Billy Gayhart Jr., Chair of the Membership Committee of the Cuyahoga Regional HIV Prevention and Care Planning Council, read a statement prepared by Dr. Gripshover, who was unable to attend the meeting to express her interest in continuing to serve on the HIV Prevention and Care Planning Council. I ask for your support of her reappointment.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0182, amending the 2024-2025 biennial operating budget for 2024 by providing for additional fiscal appropriations, appropriation transfers, and cash transfers to meet the budgetary needs of the Department of Information Technology.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Mr. President and colleagues, this resolution is a special fiscal agenda for the IT department. There is no additional monetary expense. The items all involve improvements to their accounting system, which necessitated transfers between accounts to show expenses in the right accounts. I recommend passage on second reading suspension.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0204, making an award on requisition 13887 to various providers in the total amount not to exceed $1,350,000 for general engineering services for a period of 3 years, effective upon contract signature of all parties for items A through C.
Move to adopt. Mr. President and colleagues, this resolution is the first of 5 public works resolutions that I'm presenting for Chairman Byrne. All are recommended for second reading suspension to keep projects moving. This resolution approves a contract for $1,350,000 for 3 years with 3 engineering firms, AECOM Services, Chagrin Valley Engineering, and HNTB, each for $450,000. Chagrin Valley Engineering filled the small business set-aside. Engineering work on smaller projects will be distributed among the 3 vendors.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0205, making an award on requisition 14299 to Terrace Construction Company, Inc., in the amount not to exceed $7,670,965.81 for rehabilitation of East 200th Street from Mohican Avenue to Lakeshore Boulevard in the cities of Cleveland and Euclid in connection with the 2021-2024 Transportation Improvement Program.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Mr. President and colleagues, this resolution approves a $7,670,986 contract with Terrace Construction, the lowest and best bidder, for rehabilitation of East 200th Street from Mohican Avenue to Lakeshore Boulevard in Cleveland and Euclid. Remarkably, the winning bid differed by less than $1,000 out of almost $8 million from the engineer's estimate. The funding sources are $4,714,177 municipal, $1,760,000 federal, $1,031,351 Ohio Public Works, and $165,438 county. The municipal portion is higher than is typical because the project includes utility work. Project completion is expected in September 2025.
All those in, yes. Let's add Councilwoman,
In mine.
let's add
As
the
well.
Councilwoman's names.
Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0206, authorizing an amendment to a revenue-generating agreement with Securus Technologies, LLC for inmate telecommunications system and maintenance services for the period September 6, 2016 through September 6, 2027, to change the terms by adding appropriation language for funding on an annual basis, potential increasing prices due to inflation adjustments, and revision of Section 15, and for additional funds in the amount not to exceed $1,365,000.
Move to adopt. Mr. President, as served in committee, this had nothing to do with the other problems that we had with Securus, or I should say issues with Securus. This, by all indications, is technology used by the inmates, and it is going well, and the administration would like to take care of the inflationary adjustments that are upon everyone. The committee recommended adoption.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0207, adopting the Cuyahoga County 911 Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Mr. President, also heard in committee, this is necessary, a plan that has to be filed with the state, and the committee recommends adoption.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Could I have my name added to that, please?
Let's add Councilman Kelly's name.
Okay. Resolution 2024-0211, amending the 2024-2025 biennial operating budget for 2024 by providing for additional additional fiscal appropriations, appropriation transfers, and cash transfers to meet the budgetary needs of the Office of the County Executive.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Mr. President and colleagues, this resolution is a special fiscal agenda for $180,000 with the primary purpose to update the county's strategic plan, which is timely now that the administration has had a year and a half to become familiar with the county's needs and opportunities. A small portion pays for lobbying expenses carried over from last year.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0212, confirming the county executive's appointment of Chief Dorothy Todd to serve on the Cuyahoga County Diversion Board for an unexpired term ending February 28, 2025.
Move to adopt. Chief Dorothy Todd attended the committee meeting to express her interest in serving on the diversion board. Chief Todd also expressed the desire to identify ways for the city of Cleveland to utilize this facility more. I ask for your support of her appointment.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0213, confirming the county executive's appointment of Bianca Crawford to serve on the Division of Children and Family Services Advisory Board, and it's for the term March 1st, 2023 through February 28th, 2027.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Ms. Crawford attended the committee meeting to express her interest in being appointed to serve on the Children and Family Services Advisory Board. Her passion for helping children clearly showed through, and I ask for your support of her appointment.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. The resolution is adopted.
Resolution 2024-0215, confirming the county executive's reappointment of Verna Darby to serve on the Division of Children and Family Services Advisory Board for the term March 1st, 2023 through February 28th, 2027.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Ms. Darby attended the committee meeting to express her interest in being reappointed to serve on the Children and Family Services Advisory Board. She shared the work that she had been doing on this important board, and I ask for your support of her reappointment.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0216, confirming the county executive's reappointment of various individuals to serve on the District 1 Public Works Integrating Committee for the term June 22nd, 2024 through June 21st, 2027, and confirming the reappointment of various alternates for the following individuals. 1, reappointments for Michael W. Dever and Nicole L. English. Reappointment as an alternate for Thomas Sotak to Michael W. Dever, and appointment as an alternate to Nicole English, Eric Mack.
Move to adopt.
Second.
All of these candidates attended the committee meeting to express their interest in being reappointed or appointed. You all know them, their skills, and their commitment to serve. I ask for your support of their reappointment or appointment.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0217, confirming the county executive's appointment of Gina Vernacci to serve on the Cuyahoga Arts and Culture Board of Trustees for an unexpired term ending March 31st, 2025.
Move to adopt. Second. Ms. Vernacci attended the committee meeting to express her interest in being appointed to serve on the Cuyahoga Arts and Culture Board. Ms. Vernacci has a long career in the arts. She was most recently president and CEO of Playhouse Square. She will be a valuable addition to this board, and I ask for your support of her appointment.
Please add my name.
Let's add Councilman's name. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0219, approving right-of-way exhibits as set forth in plat number M5057 for the replacement of Shaft Road, bridge number 02.89 over West Creek in the city of Independence.
Move to adopt. Mr. President and colleagues, we're back to Public Works. This resolution identifies and approves property acquisition needs in connection with the rehabilitation of the Shaft Road Bridge over West Creek in the city of Independence. The estimated cost for the acquisition is $9,000. Construction is expected to begin in the spring of 2025.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0220, making an award on requisition 14170 to the Triad Engineering and Contracting Co. in the amount not to exceed $589,975 for the Mayfield Village Hickory Hill Pump Station improvements in the village of Mayfield.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Mr. President and colleagues, this resolution approves a contract with Triad Engineering for $589,975 for improvements to the Hickory Hill Pump Station in the city of Mayfield, paid for through the city's sanitary sewer agreement with the county. The winning bid is approximately $50,000 under the engineer's estimate.
Please add my name to this.
Let's add Councilman Strawn's name. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0221, authorizing the county executive to accept dedication of land for Sunset Drive and Garden Path in the Sanctuary of Olmsted and the Preserve of Olmsted Subdivision, the Sanctuary and Preserve Subdivision Phase 4, located in Olmsted Township as a public street along with established setback lines, rights of ways, and easements. Authorizing the county executive to accept the dedication of easements for public utilities, facilities, and appurtenances within the Sanctuary and Preserve Subdivision Phase 4 to public use granted to the Olmsted Township and its corporate successors.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Mr. President and colleagues, this resolution accepts the dedication of Sunset Drive and Garden Path as public streets in Olmsted Township. The mayor and council there fully support the resolution.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Resolution 2024-0223, authorizing a contract with Lutheran Metropolitan Ministry in the amount not to exceed $869,320 for supportive services for youth and young adults experiencing homelessness or housing instability in connection with the Navigation and Housing Services Project for the period January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2025.
Move to adopt.
Second.
President, these are emergency services that are needed, so I ask my colleagues for their support.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Committee report and consideration of the ordinance for second reading.
Ordinance 2024-0005 was held in committee.
Report by clerk on council legislation withdrawn at the request of the sponsor.
Resolution 2024-0208 was withdrawn at the request of the sponsors.
Miscellaneous committee reports.
Mr. President,
Councilman Miller.
my colleagues, no finance and budget before the next council meeting. Thank you.
I heard,
You don't have nothing?
I heard safety at 1 o'clock, yes.
Okay. Oh, I think I got one item agenda, I missed that, so I'm gonna say
You did.
HHS at 1 o'clock.
HR,
June 26.
Tuesday, June 25th, 10 a.m.
Mr. Kelly, are you available at 2 o'clock on Monday?
Yes.
We'll move Community Development Committee to Monday. Mr. Jones, are you available?
Instead of 10 o'clock?
Yes. Ms. Simon already told me she was available. I whispered to her.
All right.
Didn't whisper to you. Mr. Gallagher, are you available for Community Development? Oh, I'm so lucky. 2 o'clock, Monday.
Education environment, I have to be announced.
Thank you.
Any other reports? All right. Is there any miscellaneous business? If not, nothing else holds our attention. Our meeting is now adjourned.